Good morning. Hmm. There we go. Ding ding. So Jimmy weeklies look good. I mean, I don't know. You can try to play the ETF FTD like morning pop, but it's usually not worth it. I've tried before and it's generally not very profitable. Unless we have a lot of FTDs, then it's really good. Do you think J-Pow derailed hard from the script yesterday? Yeah. I think he said just a ton of hawkish shit. He said uncertain and uncertainty a total of 9 times throughout the entire speech. I don't know if they were just trying to scare the markets because they were getting too exuberant, but he really kind of deviated from the line there, right? EPAM still a play? I mean, yeah, it's risky with Nasdaq losing so much value. I played EPAM for the pimento rally. Do you think SPY will retest 350? I don't know if it'll do that immediately. I still don't think we have a lot of put side leverage in the market. Um I think some of what we're seeing is just equity sell-offs. Some put side leverage across equities, but the VIX barely moved yesterday. So, hedging isn't really being appropriately handled. Volatility on SPX fell off a cliff into close. To be fair, it was very high due to the Fed meeting, but do you still think GME will gap to 500? As noted in your disclaimer, anything could happen, but no. Bank of England gave a dovish statement with their big hike. Well, that's nice for England. What does this mean for your long yen, short Nikkei? It means that the yen is going to start trending up again, and Japan's going to face another yield crisis pretty soon, which they will probably respond to with more QE because it's Japan. Should know that EPAM had earnings today. How did they do? Ooh, they're down. That's unusual. If you like the company, it's a very good buy at mm, like sub 280 prices. Especially if it falls into that like 270 range. Nope, their earnings fucking killed it again. Why is their price dropping? Revenues and earnings are up. Would they say something like they're shuttering the company? Jimmy doing it. It's just ETF FTD pop. And the market's declining, so it's not like we're gonna get a crazy, we're probably not gonna get a crazy run off 500,000 shares. Although we still need a bit more volume. Got any more hope for these SPXW calls? You might be able to close them at less of a loss. Or wait for a turnaround into next week with CPI data. BTU going crazy. Up 13% today so far. Can beat EPS by almost 100%, down 5. Did it beat positive EPS by 100%, or did it beat negative EPS by 100%? I'll just look. Nope, nope, that's pretty impressive. Upstart $20 wall crumble. Hasn't broken yet. But yeah, I could see it breaking before well, probably before Opex, if it's gonna happen. Yeah, I see. Why is WeBull not showing the bid and ask on options? It is? What kind of ranges are you looking at for SPX or too early to tell? I'm waiting for the data to update because it didn't update in the pre-market session. Are you looking to get assigned on Upstart? I'm okay with it if I do. I don't know if that'll happen. My puts expire tomorrow. They're still out of the money. I mean, I'm up on them. I could close them. The only reason I wouldn't want to get assigned this week and I would close them out would just be because I think I could get them cheaper next week after earnings. SPY dropping past 368. I mean, not so far. VIX ended up down 2% after all the craziness yesterday. It's crazy considering the massive sell-off in equities that followed. J-Pow's about face on the minutes. Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened with the VIX, but it stayed flat like a pancake. I mean, short vol positions probably know what's up, right? Kenny's pretty fucking short the treasuries, so and the 0.75 increase is only gonna further increase that yield spread, right? And drive more illiquidity into the treasury market. Volmageddon 2.0 incoming, right? I full ported VIX. I don't know if that's the best choice. That that's still like full porting into a black swan event that may not be realized. Like it looks really good. I would say the probability is higher than it normally would be, but that's still really low. You want pancakes to be fluffy? I've had it with the flat myth. I like my pancakes flat. Andy Nguyen, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 week.
VIX calculation was changed a little over a month ago, which is why it isn't reacting the way it historically has. It's not reacting at all. Can't short vol players just walk away from positions when market is illiquid? I mean, they still have to close them. They have to close open positions. And you don't want to walk away when the market's illiquid because that's when volatility is the highest. So you have the most incentive to continue shorting volatility. So let me get this straight. Everybody was bussing yesterday. J-Pow was sussing. Did everyone sussing so buy calls, right? I mean, if you want to just try to inverse sentiment, you're going to lose a lot of money. Um, I'll gladly pay for J-Pow voodoo doll with enlarged balls so I can use them as a speed bag next time he talks. Yeah, I mean, some of that shit really came out of left field, right? Isn't Europe being dovish? Yes, very. Doesn't that mean even stronger dollar? Yes, it does. MOASS? No, ETF FTDs. And really not very significant ones either. Your WeBull account looks like mine, all red. Yeah, it's a rough day. Do you think Jpow went off script only because he was tired of Wall Street not respecting anything he said? I do. It's possible. I mean, the market, but like, he described the effect of, the market over the last several decades where, the market is leading with their interpretation of what the Fed is going to do, right? Which means that gives the Fed a lot of power in, doing something like J-Pow did yesterday and reversing course and, changing the market's reaction to their plans or making their plans very uncertain, right? He knows that if he, kind of breeds uncertainty in the markets, that he can get them to drop. With a little more volume, can we see Jimmy bump to the 28-ish for the covering period from today to Monday? I think maybe on Monday. Monday's the best chance of any like actual price improvement. Where are people dumping Apple? I don't know. How much volume are you expecting for the ETF STDs? Do you have it on the DD? It's in the daily, yeah. Monday's the only really good one. It's like 1.6 million. You about to get some Google? Yeah, I think so. I might already have some Google. Let me look. Nope, not quite yet, but very close. Do we break 37.15? This is a really important level, actually. Took 88% profit on BTU CSPs. Thanks, dude. Congratulations, man. You're welcome. Anything you know of happening November 23rd or November 30th? I gotta fly to Aruba to look at some properties. I mean, November 23rd could very well still be Opex, but the 30th? Nah, I don't think anything's happening. I mean, I don't think it'll matter either, right? You're gonna be gone. We can technically still bounce after hitting the next major resistance. Yeah, which we're at right now. 37.15 is a major resistance. J-Pow bearish for next year. Yeah, I would say his statement wasn't even hawkish. It was just straight up bearish. It was he really went overboard with his dismissal of his fucking rate hikes actually even doing anything. Which they don't, right? I have something very important to tell you. Go to settings, notifications, order filled, and set it to strum. Ooh. On WeBull? This is good. I like it. I can mess with everyone's Pavlovian response. Ooh. Upstart broke 20. Yeah, for a second. I'm sure it will. Like, I just really don't want that to happen till tomorrow. Hey, Greg, I don't want to buy theta on Monday on my Apple calls. That being said, are my 180Cs for 11.4 going to print? Looks like I'm gonna own a bunch more Fubo and Upstart tomorrow. I mean, if you have $20 CSPs out on Upstart right now, you should be above water. Well, depending on when you sold them, but mine are still up like 60%. Although if it falls below 20, they're gonna almost immediately go underwater. I feel like we're seeing him try to live up to his hero, Volker. I mean, if the thing I've never understood about the rate hikes that they've implemented is I don't know why they didn't just slam them right at the beginning of this. Like, why not just immediately go to the aggressive rate? Keep it on the table for a couple months till you see a pullback in inflation. This slow bleed up in rates is fucking stupid. Like, rate hikes don't do anything, so let's continue to massively increase them. Yeah. I thought 375 BPS rise in a year was the fastest in history. Didn't Volker set them at Volker raised the rates to 20%. Just all at once. If they slammed the rate increase, it would cause a liquidity shock. Yeah, it definitely would now, right? I feel bad for my adjustable rate friends who paid 100K over asking. Uh, I can't imagine why anybody would ever get an adjustable rate mortgage after 2008. How are November FTDs compared to August FTDs? Much lower. Higher than October's, which didn't lead to a lot of price action. But this is like you're looking at this is the effect of like 500,000 here. That's roughly what GME had for today. Monday should be 3x that, roughly. Yep, I know. Upstart's at an all-time low. Average dumps and Apple calls, 1216 getting slammed today. Everything's getting slammed today. I don't know what to tell you. Am I still bullish on Apple? Not fucking particularly. the market has dived, fucking almost 500 basis points since yesterday. Could they still print? Yeah, but do you guys not set risk on your positions? Like, there's a point where you cut your position when things are going down. Generally, well, if you remember to. Why is Fubo making big brown? I don't know, it looks like it's selling off or getting shorted. I didn't buy Apple calls at resistance. I bought Apple calls Monday at like 150, 199. I should have sold them Tuesday morning too. Fubu and Upstart are both getting slammed pretty hard today. When Apple and SPX were rallying since last Friday, I wasn't sure if the rally would keep going, so I kept adding Apple Elite puts. Virtually at Princewell today. Thanks for your teachings. No problem. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a better exit on them. But the market's still falling, which isn't encouraging. If we fall through 3,700, I'm cutting everything long that I have left. Except for like Opex positioning. I couldn't trade yesterday. I think the market is already close to a bounce. I mean, I hope so. I would have liked to have seen it in the 37.15 range. This isn't very encouraging. But yeah, I mean, we should have some pullback here. That's what I'm waiting on to close a couple things. I wonder if I have the SPX data now. Oh, come on. All right. So let's see. 3,700's pretty strong. Then kind of weak to 36.75. We fell massively below the gamma flip point. So yeah, 3,700 looks okay. Like solid resistance support at least. We'll see if it lasts. If not, we're going to like 3,600 pretty quick, I think. So yeah, this is pretty key. Let me see something here. When it drops below, no, the MM starts selling into the falling price. So when we move above it, it flips, right? And the MM starts selling into rising prices, buying into falling prices. When we move below it, the MM starts buying into rising prices and selling into falling prices. Thanks for your teaching. No problem. Yeah, I gotta close my straddle. Hmm. Are you out of your 4100s? No, I have some theta on them. So I'm gonna give them a minute. I'll probably regret that, but I'm not out of them. I thought I had a stop on them, which was very unfortunate that I did not. I had a stop on my 4000s, and I didn't get a lot of profit out of them, but I got some. Looks like I'll be getting some Fubo and Upstart shares. I wouldn't say that necessarily. If you're at 350 on, you might get Fubo. You might end up with Fubo shares. Upstart could probably move back above 20 if the market moves back to like 37.50. There's a lot of stability in the market, and VIX isn't really moving with this drop, which makes me suspect that we're going to see a fairly decent amount of put side sell off. Win OnlyFans? It's already available. But I'm gonna have to expand access to it due to holding on to way out of the money calls on SPX. Good morning, Gurk. Not sure if you answered this question since my head's been in a meeting all with my pillow all morning. Why did RC teach J-Pow how to rug the economy? I'm not sure. I'm still kind of. I went back and rewatched it, and I'm still kind of just reeling at the shit he said. Is this a real bounce on 3,700? I don't know. We just got defeated at the EMA 30, which isn't the most encouraging sign. What is cool is that overnight straddles and huge amounts of volatility are back on the table. Especially if the VIX starts moving up. Are you reconsidering the short-term bullish, long-term bearish stance? Could this be beginning of a bearish continuation? No, I'm unfortunately still short-term bullish. I don't want to be, which hopefully means I'm even more right about it, but I still don't see enough downside leverage. I still don't see the VIX moving up. Like none of the hedging in the market is pointing to a ton of downside right now. I got stopped out of my 3800 Ps on the rip yesterday after FOMC. Oh, okay. I just got stopped out of my straddle. Ooh, I wonder if I can close the long side of the straddle today. That'd be cool. 3780. Would have made 20K. Rip. J-Pow fucking my puts the wrong way. That's rough. Yeah, that was a big fucking move for the FOMC meeting. And then even worse, their announcement was super fucking bullish, right? So not only did we move up, we stabilized in the upper range, which really encouraged the sell off of any puts that were bought into the meeting, right? um, and then J-Pow opened his fucking mouth, man. Just, I love the guy, but what a bastard yesterday, you know? If he streams on Twitch again, there's a bot command that links to the OnlyFans. Don't tell people how to access it. Tell me I'm wrong when I say that we all should have been building longer dated puts starting last week. I think you're wrong. I mean, I didn't want to leverage into puts last week. I just started rolling over uh back into my like long VIX hedge yesterday, right? Like I think puts were still too expensive. Like we hadn't really moved up enough or stayed up enough. Like I don't want to buy into like long dated SPX puts until the VIX is below like 25, 24. That's what I'm confused about. Are they now my question is going to be, are they just going to be super dovish after a lower CPI print and let the markets rally into the end of the year? Or do they know the risk of the market rallying? I mean, they're so fucked in both directions. Uber earnings, nothing burger, lame. Aren't they tomorrow? I'm pretty sure they're tomorrow. Yeah, they're tomorrow, dude. Fuck are you on about? I mean, they're probably going to be a nothing burger, but that's because they already basically announced them. Do you think we're going to have a less than strong Q4 overall? Oh, yeah. I mean, Q4 is not going to be good. Taking care of a sick kid today, but I wanted to say thank you for helping us work on the mental game. Earlier this year, I lost a ton of money unnecessarily buying back covered calls. I still lose money unnecessarily buying back covered calls sometimes. It just happens. Don't feel bad about it. The whole time he was up there, I was thinking, can someone shut this guy up? I wanted to go to DC and smack him. It's like, stop saying these things. Like, here, I mean, honestly, after rewatching it, I really feel like he was pushing for 1%. I think he really wanted to do 1% with a dovish outlook, right? So the market would have a healthy pullback and then, start moving ahead into the end of the year. And then I think he got railroaded into 0.75 on the vote and decided to do his own pullback. The question is, how much does the market trust the Fed? Or does the market even care what the Fed thinks now? And have we just accepted entrenched inflation? You think J-Pow? No, I think he just went off script because he didn't get the interest rate decision he wanted. He's a big Volcker fan, so I think for a long time now, J-Pow's just wanted to come out and be like 5%, right? Create the liquidity shock, let the market drop, 1,000 BPS, right? And just, or yeah, and pick up the pieces, right? Remember what he said, if things get too bad, they can just buy more, right? Tomorrow pre-market, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, but it won't matter with this market, is what I'm getting at. It won't matter anyway. There's a massive wall of puts above Fubo's current price. Unless they come out and say they've found the Messiah, and he'll be broadcasting at 8 a.m. every Saturday and Sunday morning for the foreseeable future, then it wouldn't, their earnings wouldn't fucking matter anyway. Like most overly shorted or volatility short stocks, Fubo's price improvement cycles will not generally be based upon their earnings, but upon Opex periods in which the stock moves up. Generally very hard, only to find a slightly higher floor at the end, provided people are buying it. Neutrals for screen updated. Oh, god damn it. For GME, they're roughly the same, but hold on, let me copy them. Upstart 16 CSP, 1111 safe. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about selling more 20s right now. Hmm. What are Upstart ETF FTDs like tomorrow? I wonder if I sell some 20 now, 20 more 20s now, if I can close them out tomorrow morning. That's so greedy, right? Ooh. Not as good as this morning. And this morning wasn't very good either. Lame. Um, maybe. Kind of greedy, but maybe. You playing any AMD for their reveal today? I mean, I have covered calls out on AMD. I was hoping they would go in the money. And I would get assigned at like $62. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could close them before the big reveal and then sell my like 2024 in the money calls on the volatility spike. I might as well I'll probably just go wait for Opex on AMD to sell my 2024 calls. When you share your losses, like the CCs you just mentioned, that really helps our expectations for our own positional management. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no problem. Well, the market bounced just high enough to keep me from closing my Apple calls. Piece of shit. They don't want the market to rally. If CPI prints bullish, they'll just start talking hawkish again. But at the same time, if they don't let the market rally, they don't give themselves any flexibility to avoid a liquidity shock, right? They need the rally as much as they need it not to rally too much, right? Is J-Pow a bitter man? I don't know. Maybe he's not getting any more from Christine Lagarde. The ascot's off. They're learning they don't know much about inflation. I'm kind of surprised at how little they seem to know about inflation. Any luck on the options data? Yeah, I went over it. It looks like if we could hold the line here at 3,700, we could get a fairly decent bounce, and start building some more potential to the upside. If we continue to slip the 3,700 resistance, though, I think we're gonna move down to 3,650. What do you think about Cat? Wait for market stabilization or too high a valuation? I think Cat's still undervalued, actually. But I would wait for market stabilization to get into anything long on it. If we get another big drop in indices, Cat's going to go down hard. It's very, very, very index exposed. It's pretty heavily weighted in a SPY and Dow. Just want to let you know that my cover call that was down 600% at one point is now up 21.85. I've set a trailing stop also, I guess you could say. Congrats, man. Nice. So what do buy SPY calls? Do you buy SPY calls? I guess you could. I don't know how much more the treasury market can take, though. They need to be dovish now to give confidence to bond buyers. They won't succeed if they have to start buying T-bonds again. That was something else I was kind of discussing with someone last night. It's really like it's a touchy situation, and if they do need to move forward with any kind of quantitative easing, right, to prevent a liquidity crisis, which is the most likely response to the liquidity crisis, right, is that we see some form of QE come either out of the Fed or the Federal Reserve, more likely the Fed, just because they're able to act faster. They need the market to pull back in that instance, right? And so I wonder if J-Pow is pushing for a pullback. It was probably pushing for a higher rate bump, knowing that before they can move into more aggressive rates, they're going to need to go through at least a small period of easing. Like if they really want to, the presumption always is that they're really trying to affect their soft landing, and if they're really trying to pull that off, some QE is in order over the next quarter and a half. I would say the next 3 months. Have your thoughts on wheat going into the next year changed after the rate hike? Not really. I still think prices of wheat are going to continue to remain fairly volatile, and we'll probably see another big spike to take profits on at some point between now and summer. Leverage on it's very, very cheap, and the profits are really good when it runs moderately hard. Will you stream Fubo earnings? Probably not. No, I never really got into the 2-minute. Like for trend stability, the 5's just better. I don't know why people use the 2 and the 3. No significance from the recent AK on Upstart. I mean, there's some. They laid off people, but that's a cost. That's a big cost savings as well. So, Upstart is actually a fairly well run company. They're not huge, but they're well run, I think. The problem right now is that CPI isn't tomorrow. Walk in. CPI is next week. And no, I think that don't forget that that's 2 data points of decreasing CPI. If we do get next Thursday, I believe it is, if we do get a core inflation print that is low, well, an inflation print that is lower. So if we get like 8.1 or 8.0, that's still going to be viewed as softer on the Fed, especially if we see a drop in core. I even think core rising at a lower rate or staying flat would be viewed as fairly bullish. Won't time cure all of this confusion? Eventually, but I mean, the Fed's intentionally trying to create more, right? So it's tough to say. I often pondered where we'd be if we just played cat and only cat since Jan 2021. Using the tried and true channel strategy, we'd be able to buy the rev float and icon the fuck out of Perelman for sure. I mean, you can't buy enough of the rev float to force Perelman's hand. There's not enough of it available, right? And then a proxy action would be useless because Perelman owns like 85% of the shares. That's why there's no activist investors getting in on Revlon. That's also probably why Perelman owns so much of it, to keep that from happening. Costco doesn't care what J-Pow thinks. I mean, we're still seeing interest in value, right? We're still seeing interest in like Caterpillar. DDS is up today. Although that's probably ETF FTDs. Costco's up. BTU fucking rocketed this morning, which I'm just so proud of it. You're so behind on chat. Yeah, I know. Chat's moving kind of quick today, so. SPX touches uptrend touches 4150 at market close. Bullish. Get the fuck out of here. What's with Dole and after hours PM? Large swings both direction. Any reasoning? I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to Dole's aftermarket price action. Yeah, I don't know. It's had a couple of those in the last few days. Could be short positions closing out, maybe. I'm not really sure. Just maybe just really volatile. These are on it's on such low volume, right? It's like 200 volume. I wouldn't pay much attention to it. I think Dole's a pretty attractive investment, and I think we're in before any significant analyst upgrades. So, um, expect more people to be buying in. And it's already up 10% from, you know, when I first started looking at it, which is far more rapid than I expected. I expected it to kind of be channel locked for a little while longer. Although some of that could be the effect of the markets rising as well. Yeah, Google under 90 is pretty fucking interesting. I unfortunately got stopped out of the last of my cat calls yesterday. Sorry to hear. Congratulations, though, probably. At the same time. Jesus, what happened? Is this from J-Pow? Almost entirely, yes. What's up with Dole or tell me where to read? It's Pickles Picks 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? It's either 2 or 3 weeks ago. I can't remember which one. Aren't ad revenues not doing too great? Yeah, they're not. Which is interesting given that, consumer demand has generally been up. But you don't need a lot of advertising, remember, when you're heavily discounting inventories, right? Are all channel lock stocks just repositioning signals? No. No, sometimes they just keep dropping. Sometimes they fall right out of those channels. Or keep going up, right? That's both are possible. Thoughts on Fubo Jan 23 5Cs? I have about 350 of them. I've been loading up for weeks now. Nice. I think it's a good price point if we get a repricing and put capitulation. I agree. Yeah. After November Opex, if I don't see any price action though, I'm cutting those and rolling them out to Jan 2024 is where the larger part of my $5 call position is. I see still ad space for live sports, not impacted like Facebook and the others. Yeah. Why aren't high PE companies getting slaughtered today after J-Pow's speech yesterday? Why didn't the VIX rocket? I mean, there's a lot of questions, Jettle. Full bulls back on the menu, boys. Not yet. Careful with that sentiment. Um, remember these. This is first of all a bear flag. Second of all, um, you know, this rising price could just allow more leverage to be placed on the downside. So watch out for it. Getting rejected as the gap filled is generally not a good sign. Are you selling more upstart puts at this level? No, but I kind of there's a little part of me that wouldn't mind. I don't know. I mean, if upstart stays below 20 into tomorrow, I'm gonna buy a lot more shares, and I really don't want to. I have enough. Although covered calls have been pretty good on it. I've gotten my cost basis down pretty quick. $50 BPS is hopium. Oh, I mean, I fully agree with that. But you saw the market's reaction to 0.75, right? The market was fine with that. Which was my expectation, was neutral. Um, I even would have taken neutral with a little bit of a hawkish stance, like, maybe 0.5, 0.75 for December, which, would have led to a pullback, but nothing like this. He was just about as hawkish as he could be, short of saying that the Fed is unable to contain employment. Everyone's fucked. Hide your money in your basement. Where do you get your SPX leverage data? I mean, we calculate it. As long as upstart doesn't drop to 17 and stay there after earnings. As long as upstart doesn't drop to 17 and stay there. I mean, it could. It was the rambling nonsense that did it. I mean, it was his uncertainty in the Fed's plan, I think. With upstart under 20, is this a decent opportunity for calls? They're fairly cheap right now. I'd like to see it go a little lower before I start buying near the money calls on it. But yeah, they're not overly expensive. If you rewatch J-Pow's Q&A, a reporter incorrectly tells J-Pow the markets reacted favorably, even though it lost all gains at that moment. And then J-Pow went crazy mode. I noticed that, yeah. The one dude from, was it Wall Street Journal? Docu's pretty cheap. Any expected move for ETF FTDs or Opex, you think? I don't know about ETF FTDs. I'm not tracking the FTDs on Docu. It's had positive correlation with OPEX, and it did in May and March, and August. So it may again. We said that we could see more downside after upstart earnings, so perhaps better to wait for calls. I would think so. And also, as we're approaching earnings, call IV is moving up. So they're cheaper because the delta is lower, but they're not cheaper because the IV is lower, right? What's the number one most overvalued company in your opinion? I think I'm gonna have to go with Shop. Um, what's Shop trading at? I mean, Shop has lost a lot of value. I don't know. I don't know how overvalued Shop is anymore. Um, I would almost say Shop's close to cheap enough to buy. I think they'll probably have a couple more quarters of negative earnings. Um, I mean, the cool thing about Shopify is it's Canada's economic powerhouse. So, I mean, they're too big to fail, or at least too important. If we get another market downturn, the Shop could move back into like the $25 range. I'd be more confident buying in there. I don't think they're as overvalued as they were though. There's a lot of things that are far more overvalued than that. Like Nvidia is one um Airbnb I think is still really overvalued. Tesla. Even Airbnb at $93 is still overvalued. It's just risky to short because of the sentiment surrounding it. I mean, it's always Tesla. Tesla's always overvalued. The question is when does the market stop giving it value that it's never going to realize? You're thinking of the mitochondria? Have you been to Canada, Jettle? Or looked at the rest of their companies? 1.3 billion a quarter is insane for a Canadian company. Rivian's probably close to undervalued. It doesn't matter, they have tons of money. Where do you see Tesla's real value, roughly? I don't know. How big of a fan of Elon Musk are you? Before I give you a straight answer. I feel like at most right now, Tesla should be trading at like a PE of like 25. I think it's trading at a PE of like 70. If market crashes, do you think Tesla will rebound like the rest? Well, Tesla's not a blue chip, so I don't know. I mean, institutional interest in Tesla and the interest in trading Tesla have a lot to do with how quickly it has cycles of price realization, right? People are just bullish on it. Yeah, Ford's a blue chip stock. I mean, it's had a lot of volatility in the like last year or so, 2 years. But yeah, it's considered a blue chip. Is GE blue chip material still? Maybe because of their patents and government contracts. I mean, everyone thought, you know, value and blue chips were irrelevant for a while there, and the only thing that mattered was tech, right? And they were valuing tech companies, which are actually, very, very sensitive to economic downturns, as though they were blue chips, right? Not only as though they were blue chips, as if they were even better than blue chips. Like the Nasdaq 100 is still insanely fucking overvalued, even though they're, consistently like reducing margins and lowering not only lowering revenues but lowering expected revenues, laying off employees. I mean, like the effect of a recession on debt laden tech is going to be quite intense, and I think the markets aren't really prepared for that, and the valuations definitely don't speak to the current economic climate at all. Brian Renzi, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much. I will not, Darth Dan.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold
I do like, you know what I'm really happy about, Dirk, today? The thing that's made me happiest today was GME having 80,000 pre-market volume. I love how consistently they're willing to just cash settle ETF FTDs. Oh, thanks, dude. Not a problem. This is fun. We all know that Zoom is the greatest company to ever exist. I mean, at least they're still getting business. I'd rather deal with epic slippage than retail FOMO. Seeing as we have a single higher bottom on SPX, this is the beginning of the rally to 4,200, right? Right? Please, lol. I fucking hope so, man. We'll see. I mean, I don't think we're incorrect in our assessment of the near term on the SPX being bullish. But man, did fucking Powell punch us right in the gut yesterday. But we'll see what wins out, right? Sentiment and caution or positioning. I think positioning will win out in the end. I mean, that's what I'm banking on, right? What advice would you give to retirement age people right now as far as portfolio allocation? I would wait. I would probably, if I was retirement age, I wouldn't want to be taking risk in the market. I would be looking at, entrenched value stocks, things like Cat, Tootsie Roll, Halliburton, things that are never going to go out of business, Apple. And then I would be waiting I would sit on cash and wait to buy them once the Fed starts pulling back rate hikes, because you just want to take so little risk, right? Even I would even look into I bonds, with the rate drop on them kind of sucks. How do you feel about PMCCs on Google? Is the volatility too low to make it reasonable way to grow a small account? I don't think they're terrible, but at Google's current prices, you have a little bit of risk of assignment. Like Google could bounce pretty hard. What's IV right now? Goog or Google? Hmm. IV's about 50%. It's pretty solid. Google's about 52%. This is the Class A, right? I just forget which one's the Class A stock. For years, I can never remember. Google is the better voting rights, or has the voting rights. Google is better. So if you're selling PMCCs, Google is better because it has higher volatility. It's less liquid. Generally speaking, it's usually not a lot, but it can be when volatility on Google moves up. It'll move up more on Google. What the fuck have I been buying? Oh, okay. Never mind. I I know I checked before I put in my buy orders because I wanted the Class A stock. Yeah, so if you're selling CCs or you intend to sell CCs, the voting right shares are better. Although the options market is slightly less liquid, so if you're gonna buy a lot, you might want to consider a little bit of both. It's actually kind of tricky. I mean, I have a buy order at 85. If Google falls to 85. Hey, I'm not getting assigned. Haha. Would you advocate day trading GMA? It's really not the best day trading stock. Like, no. It's really just not very good for day trading. If I'm being honest, it's slippery. It gets randomly shorted occasionally. It's prone to lots and lots of volatility, which is not ideal in a stock where you're trying to follow trends. And it's almost entirely influenced by its options market. So, real volume in the market, or like buy side, sell side, um, demands levels are really shitty. It's it has an unhealthy market. I mean, it's just really not a very good day trade stock. It's good for capturing like brief periods of upside volatility, either by selling the volatility or by using calls or puts, but that's about it. Next upside resistance on SPX 3750. Where's the big put wall on Jimmy again? 2850. 27. So yeah, so it looks like 27, well, it's kind of flat at 2650, 27. 2750, although the put wall is breaking down today with this morning's data. Uh, we're getting a little bit of a breakdown, which is what we expect leading into Monday. Remember, Monday, they might flip the hedge again. Well, generally they pull back their put wall when they cover ETF FTDs because they want to pull it back because they short volatility one more time into Opex. So generally ETF FTDs are the like spike, right? And then they pull back their hedge the Friday before, right? And then, you know, allow GME to run up a little bit, and then they short it down into Opex. And you can see some evidence of that if you guys want. Here, I'll show you. Let's go out to like the 1 hour. So if we look at, well, here, this is a good example. If you I still consider August and Opex, even though they de-risked early. This is August ETF FTDs, right? So they allow the upside to kind of break loose, right? And then they use that leverage to short down, and then they channel lock it again in order to reduce volatility into the covering, right? And if you look at that pattern very specifically, and it's not just a pattern, it's positional, right? They pull the hedge here, they replace the hedge here, they pull the hedge again at the expiration. In this risk-off situation, to be honest, they didn't really put a lot of hedge there. But if you look at May, if we go back to May OPEX, you can see it here. You know, you see ETF FTDs covered. You know, see the price go up 2 days in a row, here, and see how it rises up in the morning in pre-market when volume is higher during the ETF FTD period. Then they reposition into their puts, right? And then they try to drive vol down until they cover. Same thing, right? They do it again here before March. You know, we have Feb ETF FTDs. Well, let's ignore those. Let's just look at March. So we have March ETF FTDs. They bring the price up. They short down. This was a little less effective because, well, frankly, because the volatility was so high surrounding earnings. But still the same effect, though, right? Like they start shorting after they get their liquidity. Puts go up. You know, they shorted really hard for earnings, and then we rise into OPEX. You can look at it in November, although it's a little more offset because they risked off here. But same deal, right? ETF FTDs, puts, OPEX, Jan or August, same deal. ETF FTDs, puts, OPEX. Like it just happens every time. It's actually really repeatable, and generally very easy to visualize. May OPEX for last year. You know, ETF FTDs, slam it down. And ETF FTDs weren't as high back here, but same deal. So that's what we want to see, right? We want to see that last short once they get the liquidity going into OPEX. So we want to see it on all of them, all of the OPEX stocks. How many NOPEX have we had? The only OPEX that didn't see any price improvement at all so far was, I believe, August and well, August is tough, like I said, because they risked off the whole basket. Um, but I think even in September we had elevated prices. If you'd bought before the September ETF FTD period, you would have made money. Um, but August and September of this year are the only two that didn't lead to at least like a 10 or 13% price improvement. C-Mill actually uh, wrote up a thing which didn't really have the most ideal entry for each Opex, but covered the basic price improvement for each period. And it's even on ones that weren't big outside of the F-man cycle, there was still 10-13% price improvement. That's the problem though, is with what happened in March, because March was offset from our standard F-man period. And there's still a lot of uncertainty, not only from us but from FINRA themselves, on how that was possible. um we had to start getting more exposure to more OPEXs, right? Hopefully November's OPEX will once again set the cycle, so we're only dealing with this shit once a quarter instead of every fucking month. But until that happens, until we can have that confirmation, we're still stuck trying to get exposure to everyone. And it's also helped us narrow down what drives an OPEX, how they position going into a true OPEX versus an OPEX. I mean, so in some ways, it's helped our own ability to track, their liquidity and their positioning and try to counter position ahead of these clearing events, right? Because honestly, if we just run in February and then run in May, and we probably would know less now than we do. So there's some advantage to the cost. Do you think Monday was a risk off? Yes. And we see a more lame OPEX like last November. I think Monday was a risk off, but I don't think it was super substantial like last November. I still think that they didn't get that much liquidity out of it. They got some, but not a lot. I think in last November they got far more liquidity than they did now. Um, so I do expect this OPEX to be a little lame, but I do expect it to be an OPEX. And yeah, I would be very, very cautious of the later parts of this OPEX, because Thanksgiving is once again the week of settlement. So don't get fragged, right? Are you pulling your Apple calls? No, the market's rising, so uh I'm still in them, unfortunately. I almost pulled them. Cat moving back up. Ooh, AMD's rocketing. Maybe I will get assigned. XRT's moving up. Okay. So the day's starting to turn a little green. Fuck, I'm so happy about Upstart or BTU. I'm really excited for next quarter if their earnings continue to improve like this. Dear VXX, let me out, bro. When do we enter calls? Monday morning? Well, it's tough. When you enter them Monday morning, so yeah, playing the ETF FTDs when they fall on Monday is actually really hard. Like when the spike falls on a Monday. Usually it's on a Tuesday, because T plus two combined with ETF FTDs. But this time, yeah, it's very, very much on Monday. Um you could probably buy like 14 days of theta the Friday before, which is better, volatility wise, than trying to buy them at open. Remember, ETF FTDs usually begin covering during the morning CNS cycle, right? So the liquidity spread kind of worsens into market open and then snaps closed as soon as the market opens and liquidity is available. And so it's usually very much like this morning where you have kind of like a violent spike. I mean, more than this because Monday's FTDs are 3 times more than today's, but you know, yeah, still like a violent closing of the position, and generally that means volatility at market open, which is gonna increase the price of calls. I don't think we have enough FTDs to make it worthwhile to play the call side. I'm just gonna use it to sell some covered calls, probably. SPX looking to fill the gap. It's starting to. At what point would you be confident we've seen the SPX bottom? If we can move back above 3,800, I think we can confirm that this is a bounce. Assuming the whole market doesn't get fragged before then, yes. How long do you think they can control the price of GME? Do you still believe the early DD and think that some hedge funds could get margin called sooner or later? I actually don't think that there are any long-term underwater short positions on GME, and if there are, they've been swapped out, and they'll never be realized in the price of GameStop, at least as far as we're concerned. I think that all of the evidence that we have and all of the data that we have, and it's becoming more and more extensive as time goes on, points to a cyclical short volatility positions driving the price action of GameStop and all these other stocks as well. GameStop it's just more noticeable because of retail interest, buy and hold, and DRS. But I don't think there's some hidden 200% short position anymore. I've yet to come across a single piece of evidence that points to that in the last 2 years. How all in would you go into GME if they short us sub 2025 after FTD ETF FTDs? It would be a perfect setup. Probably pretty hard. I mean, we already know their liquidity is low, so yeah, I'd position pretty heavily, I think. Buying Thursday worked great in August when the spike was Monday. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Do you think midterms will have any impact on the market? Not really. I mean, if we get a deadlocked Congress and Senate, that could create some improvement, but I don't know if it'll be much. Short-term high GME target. It'll depend what Gamma Max hits. Remember, if they short us really hard into Opex, Gamma Max will rise. Because calls will get really, really cheap. Thank you for your frankness about Monday. You probably just saved me some money and frustration. I mean, I'm just going to try to use it, more than likely try to use it to just sell covered calls. I may pick up a few calls for Monday, but not a lot of exposure. Probably mostly at the money, and just scalp whatever price action the morning brings. Massage my bias. What do you think GME will go to in a few years? If we can start to get positive EPS, which I think we're on track for, and we don't hit another growth cycle right away, so a few sustained quarters of positive EPS, we could start trading at a little bit of a multiple. So you know, like a market price somewhere between like 36 and 45. That's um outside of the volatility positioning, which will likely trim down if we start to have positive EPS, right? It's much riskier for them to short a profitable company that way. They use swaps, but they're not. I don't think they're hidden in swaps. On IBKR, can you take existing CSP and move it into a strategy to make it a bull put spread? Or do you need to sell and rebuy? No, you can. It's just shittier. It's sort of like after the fact. Sorry, I missed the other Ko-Fi. 1 second. I don't feel shocked by J-Pow and Market's wild antics anymore. I wouldn't even be surprised if the man came out and said he accidentally took his PM meds in the AM. Rescinds his statements from yesterday. Market ripped to 450 by end of week. Thanks for teaching us to be dead inside, Girk. I mean, I'm still kind of shocked by the things he said. I'm not gonna lie. How is Gamma Max calculated? Is it a secret? No, it's not a secret. It's just difficult to calculate. I think JFresh, in one of his like first DDs on the subject, goes over the methodology for all of the Greek neutrals. You're talking 100 words a minute. I actually haven't had much caffeine today at all. I'm just trying to keep up with chat. Chat is kind of going really fast, given there's not that many people in here, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not used to it. Spy headed for Head and Shoulders. Could be. Yeah, I mean it's in a bear flag right now. I would expect it could break down. We'll see to what level. But don't you think they're hidden in swaps? Because you can't really hide them in swaps, right? They would still be covered. It's just the only thing that would be hidden in the swaps would be the debt from covering them, right? So Melvin got like blown up in Jan 2021 for the most part, right? They could have packaged all of that debt up into swaps and be managing that over time, but that's not like a direct effect on the price of the stock, right? And it doesn't mean that any short positions are ever going to be closed out that haven't already been closed out. That's just like packaging up their losses, right, and paying them off over a 2, 3, 5, or 10-year period. Chance of a recovery after a breakdown. Decent, as long as we have a higher low. Do I remember that right when you said another time that a good sign of a peak is when volume rises and price stagnates? Yeah, I'm wondering, I could probably find an example of that somewhere for you today. Let me find something that's up. So, if you look at this, right, this run, you'll see that, volume actually peaks here, right? And price continues to bleed up, but that's really the end of the run, right? Like volume drops off into the peak. And so, cat is probably not the best example of this because momentum on the bull side of cat is really strong, and so even though momentum dies here, it continues to trend upwards. But the effect is the same, right? Like you're seeing the peak of volume before the peak of the run. So when you start to see volume decline, especially like this, right? You know, where your peak volume occurs here, right? Several candles before the price begins to decline. So if you start to see a rapid drop off in volume, this is especially useful when you're scalping. You're very likely nearing the top of the run, or at least a pullback, right? Because that's profit taking. What you're seeing there is profit taking. Even though the price continues upwards, its longs are selling out. Because even if a long is selling, there's a buyer, right? Do you think Google will bounce or will it keep dipping? And if the market bounces, Google will bounce too. Should I sell my Google? I mean, if you're really not confident in your position, I'm looking to buy more at 85. I've been DCAing into Google. I think these prices are fairly attractive. I mean, there's an argument that Google's a pretty good buy at most prices. It has an insurmountable moat. It has no real competition in its space. It's a monopoly, for all intents and purposes. And yeah, they could see lower valuations in the next few quarters, but over a 10-year period, Google will inevitably be worth more than it is now. Also, CCs on it are pretty decent. So my first buy, which was roughly around $96, I've already over 3 weeks averaged down about $1.50 on my cost basis there, and that's not even a very long period of time, right? So I'm not only am I confident that I can continue to sell covered calls on it, I'm confident that one day it will be worth more than it currently is. Just because one day it'll be worth more than it currently is doesn't mean you can't get it for cheaper than 85. You could. Is J-Pow a Republican? I have no idea what he is. Purpley outside. Thank you so much for giving away a Cornichon to Magnanimous. Magnanimous, give Purpley a shout out and welcome aboard, dude. Congrats on the gains, Ryan. Well, why is GME still at this price if the OG shorts are out? If it's all just because moving the price is profitable, why do you hold so many shares of GME? I believe in the long-term valuation of the company. I didn't just buy GME for a short squeeze. You know, even when this all started, and I still had some faith in MOASS, I thought people's description of MOASS was fucking ridiculous. You know, even if you go back as far as my like first like my exit DD that I wrote way back when, um, you know, that was like I didn't pick people's ridiculous price targets of like 2 to 3 million or 20 million or whatever because um you know it was fucking absurd, right? Like, but I bought GameStop because I liked the company. I thought you know the bull market wouldn't last. I thought we'd be heading into a recession. I bought more as Ryan Cohen paid off debt. You know, my investments into GME have been, I think, pretty methodical. I mean, I think the company will succeed in a space where there's not a lot of competition, and a lot of their competition is going to lose a significant amount of market share over the next couple years. And I think there's a good opportunity for GME to step in and take advantage of that. On the same cat chart where the bullish momentum continues, if you were scalping, you'd wait until the price passes the previous high before buying back in, correct? Um, let me see. I'll kind of tell you, if I was scalping this breakout, I would probably enter here with a stop, right, in the consolidation period. I would set a stop like right at the previous resistance level. And then I would probably sell at the volume peak. I wouldn't re-enter this until I'd confirmed the lower or the higher low here. If we get to the end of the year, my Rev Jan 35s are still worthless. Is there a way to close these out to tax loss harvest without a buyer for the contracts? Their expiration. Oh, you could sell them for 0. Maybe you might get a fill on them at $0 to tax loss harvest if you need the tax loss on this year. If that's what I assume that's what you're talking about. It's not 200k a week. I don't have that many GME shares, Mr. Sadman. I wish I did. Yeah, it's definitely not 200k. Most weeks on like low risk, fairly far out of the money cover calls, you know, I'm making like I don't know, I guess I rarely full port into them, but if I were to full port into like 0.1 delta calls on the weekly basis, I make like 25,000 a week or so, depending on the GME's IV at the time. Wheel Google? Yeah, you could. You could wheel Google. I have a buy. I just have a straight up buy order at 85, but I have some CSPs at 82.50 or 82. Um, Yeah, I have a buy order for 1,500 shares of Google at 85. I trimmed it down because it hit 85 far sooner than I thought it would. And now, you know, I want to save some money to DCA at possibly a lower price if I get the opportunity. AMD and NVIDIA over the next month or two could continue to move up if the market does. I would watch for that, but I expect their earnings to take quite a substantial hit over the next two reports for both of them. Yeah, BTU is rocketing today. Very, very good. Oh, what? Mega drop? No. No, my BTU. Don't say that. How mega? On what news? Oh. Yeah, that's not a mega drop. Just a couple bucks. It'll be okay. Looks like someone just took profits. Scare me with shit like that. I have way too much money on that company. J-Pow is a rug publican. I don't have an O position right now. I got stopped out of my O. I'm probably not going to buy back into O until like next year, maybe later. I usually sell calls against it if I can get fills. And I don't really care about the volatility while holding it, right? The dividend payout on O is pretty fat. You're building Goog L, not Goog, right? Yeah. Although at a certain point, if I keep putting money into Google, I'm gonna want to stop buying Google. Like, I don't think I want more than like at most 5,000 shares of Google, and then after that, I'll start buying Goog. Just because liquidity in the options chain makes the spreads difficult, so I don't want to try to have to sell a ton of Google covered calls, even though they're more profitable. Um, Liquidity's worse. So if I were gonna like say move up my holding to like 15,000 shares, then I would buy the next 10,000 in Goog, not Google. So let's say like 1/3 of my total positioning would be Google. I don't care about the voting rights. It's just the illiquidity drives up volatility, so it's advantageous to have a little bit, but not too much. If someone handed you 5 million and you had to buy one equity and you could sell CCs on the position, what stock are you buying that's not GME? Oh, that's tough. Probably something like Amazon, Apple, probably not Apple. Amazon, Google, um maybe like Target or Walmart. Target's got pretty good covered calls. Is Gamma Max relevant to FTD covering? I mean, it's relevant to the amount of price improvement GME can experience. What is your average on Google? Well, I don't think I've bought any yet today. Um, no. So still well, I guess I haven't deducted my cover calls in the position I have right now, but I think I'm around 94.50 or close to it. I've sold about 3 weeks of covered calls on a dropping, like fairly consistently dropping price. Midday chop and small rally to 37.50 by close. We'll see. Your exit DD is what let me know you are one of the most logical DD writers on Superstock. Thanks, Shadow. Yeah, you can have a shout out, Fickle Pickle Tickler. What did you have as a realistic price target for MOASS? Before the share dilution, I thought it was possible that we could hit like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 or 10,000. You know, once you get to those prices, what happens after that is really like just an unknown, right? Like if we hit back then, if we'd hit like 1,000, we might have seen 10. If we hit 10, we might have seen 100, right? Like it could really get out of control really, really fast. Um, After the share offering, I, I was very torn between staying bullish and um, not really liking what was going on, and you know, over time we've come to the realization that like that really killed the potential, right? Because that's when GME's FTDs stopped compounding. Our Upstart ETF FTD is done. For the most part, they still have some, but none of them are really, really high. The FTDs are still very high on Upstart. This is actually kind of bullish. So the bear flag's breaking down, but it's breaking down into a higher range and finding support at a much higher low. So if it continues to find support in this range and retests the gap, this is a good sign. Still room for upside on all of them before SLD. All of what, Ben? Are there better tickers to use to hedge this? Probably like SPXS if you're just trying to target like crash protection or VIX. Was O'Reilly's ever a pickles pick? No, but I did buy some. Yeah, I had a thesis that all the used car sales would lead to more auto parts buying as people attempted to fix their own cars because they couldn't afford to go to mechanics. So far, I think O'Reilly. I still have my position in O'Reilly's. I still think they're doing kind of good. I haven't looked at it in a long time. Yeah, it's just been going straight up. Huh. Yeah, I was let's see. I don't have the brokerage open, but I bought O'Reilly's. I started buying it I think last year. It was like maybe it was like May of last year. And then I bought some in, it was either like November or October, something like that. But yeah, it seems to be doing pretty well. I just have shares. I don't have like options or anything like that. I'll buy all the ref calls anyone wants to sell for $0. Where was I? Buy Google now. Sell 8 DTE near the money CCs. Oh, might not be terrible. Like a buy, you just want to do a buy right. I mean, it's not the best buy right, but LKQ might be better than O'Reilly. What do you think? It could be. I just really liked O'Reilly's financials at the time I bought it. I don't have a lot of it. Someone crop dusted me while I was snoozing at work, so I went around trying to find the a-hole. My boss must have been smelling his chair because he just gave me his underwear with a note that says, "Eat your heart out." Do you think he meant ass instead of heart? How are you employed, Kendro? FR BTU price action is straight up sussin right now. I'm sure there's just some positions taking profits. I mean, I'm not really concerned with this. Their earnings were pretty awesome. Uh, they smashed their EPS estimate. Revenue was up same over the same period last year. Uh, everything's looks fine to me. If I can buy more BTU below $20, I fucking guarantee you I will. BTU forward guidance. I didn't read their earnings report. I just looked at the data. I mean, I think it looks fine. I'm not even really concerned with the intraday. It's not uncommon to see some sell-offs after a good earnings, as you know, positions that have been underwater get out. Take profits, same like sell entire stake in one go. I kind of want to find what account I have my O'Reilly in and maybe cut half of it. I think I have like 200 shares, so they're up like probably somewhere around $200 a share right now. So yeah, maybe I should do that before the market crashes. Help me understand. SPY drops 5% in a matter of 2 days, and VIX stays stable. Yeah, right. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's weird. I mean, VIX shorts didn't fucking budge on this drop. So either short vol players know something that we don't, right? Or volatility didn't increase a lot on the drop, which would imply that either there's a lack of hedging occurring, which there is, or that this drop isn't going to be sustained. How does Apple typically move in relation to SPX? They're usually fairly in lockstep. Well, not so much SPX, but Nasdaq. It's usually pretty much in lockstep with Nasdaq. Still cutting everything long if we fall below 3,700. I mean, I'm not cutting OPEX positions, but just about everything else. Like, I'll cut my SPX and Apple positions. I'll cut my Cat 220s. Did I already cut my Cat 2? I might have already cut the Cat 220s. Maybe I did. But OPEC stuff I'll stay in. Mostly I'll cut my like SPX and like big index exposed stock exposure. The lady I was seeing told me she was accumulating CCL. I had to end things. Yeah, I don't see a bright future for them. Well, not everyone's in it for the long term, Jettle. BTU's had some pretty volatile pricing lately, so there's a lot of people just trading it that are more than happy to take profits at the peak. Also, don't forget people that just positioned for earnings, right? You sell CSPs at your either at your previous cost basis or at a new low. Um, JFresh was riling up the pores last night. Do you agree with him that we should be melting up? To an extent, yes. I mean, me and him are looking at the same data. Yeah, I do agree with his assessment as well. Yeah, we do, and the rate increase is only going to serve to further dry up liquidity in the treasury market, right? Where can our rallies fall in the event of a market crash? I don't know. I don't know how much would actually sell off in the event of a market crash. Maybe back down to like 750, maybe further. I mean, and I know in like the COVID crash it hit like $250. This was the real fucking MOASS. Jesus Christ. It was down at like 560 in May. I just bought it because I was like, I figured people would be trying to repair their cars a little more, and I was like, oh, they'll probably see some decent profits with all these people buying fucking used cars for $10,000 that are 12 years old. It looks like the thesis played out, even though it wasn't a very well researched one. Head and shoulders on the SPY. People keep saying that. No, we had a bear flag. It broke down. This isn't really a head and shoulders. You can say it's a descending head and shoulders, but that would have played out already, and it already tapped the neckline if that's the case. If anything, this looks kind of bullish. Is there any precedent in the market when the SPX is dropping? VIX stayed weirdly stable for a while, and then suddenly over a weekend or something, VIX spiked really high and shocked people. Yeah, that's happened. If VIX shorts close out and allow the VIX to ramp up, then you know it can move pretty fast. And you would still need another drop to get it to get some momentum. How do you feel about selling half 500 of my Jimmy shares during the November Opex run and selling CSPs to lower my cost basis? My cost basis is currently 33. It isn't getting lower fast enough with CCs. That's one way to do it. You just expose yourself to any like earnings risk. So be aware of that. O'Reilly, Dollar Tree, Dollar General are in the same basket as our favorite shorted stocks. Yeah. Are these hedges within the basket they use to offset their vol shorts or something? It's possible. Dollar Tree and Dollar General maybe more so. Thoughts on Upstart Jan 2350C as an IV play if we get some price action in November. I have Jan 60s. I have December 50s. Oh no, I don't anymore. Hold on. Do I still have December 50s? I think I closed my December calls. I'll have to look. I don't have my other account open right now. Yeah, that doesn't seem bad. They're cheap right now, I think. Do you think Nvidia might see a drop due to the whole power cable burnout thing? I think Nvidia is just overvalued. I think it'll see a drop due far more so than the power cable thing, which isn't really relevant to a large chunk of their business. I think they'll see a drop because of the Chinese sanctions and no longer being allowed to provide cards to Chinese AI developers or databases, which will be a huge hit to their profit expectations over the next few quarters. All those sanctions against China are going to be they're going to be pretty bad for the big chip manufacturers, semiconductors in general, actually. Uh, you can't buy them back until 30 days later because wash sale. So if it rips, then you miss out. Yeah, I mean, no one gives a shit about wash sales. True, false. If VIX is stable through massive market swings, equals great pullback opportunity in opposite direction. Not always. Sometimes the VIX just spikes later. You're trying to find certainty in something that may not be true. If VIX spikes up without put repositioning already complete, wouldn't that make puts more expensive again? Yes. Puts are still pretty expensive. The VIX is still pretty elevated. So melt up gets more support. Yes, it does. All the book recommendations are on the subreddit and the wiki. Is there a formula to figure out the comparison between a target price on SPX versus SPXS, SPXL? It's not like the SPY where you just remove a zero. No, just use the SPX chart. Just don't use the or use the SPXS chart and SPXL charts to position uh for those ETFs. Don't use SPX to determine your support and resistance levels. I would already know if maintenance margin becomes active on buy or after T+2 settlement. Should be on buy. Because I mean, unless the security is not delivered to you for T+2. No, I've never rocked a man bun. What about puts on Soxel? Um, hmm, it's not really worth it, and its exposure is really broad. Yeah, I don't love it. Maybe earlier this year, but not now. Maybe socks S, like SOXS would be better. Like long on that versus short on Soxel. That's some Tesla, more downs. I mean, Tesla's still an Opex stock, so watch out for that. You have to type it in. Yeah, you should definitely be able to see it on the desktop app. SPX melt-up theory in the Discord or the Reddit. I think I posted it in both. Well, if I'm only in town long enough to hit one of your pizza recommendations, which one's the correct play? Probably Scars or Prince Street because they're the easiest ones to get to. Lendistry's like way the fuck out in Brooklyn. What do you think is an attractive price for Amazon? It's currently at 89. It could be cheaper. I mean, it depends on how patient you are. Do you need to own it today, or are you willing to wait a couple quarters? XSP has terrible spreads. You're better off just playing the SPY. Since SPXS is an ETF, wouldn't that make VIX better? But it's a short ETF, so in terms of its like margin and leverage, it's probably safer than most other ETFs. It's also not an ETN. ETNs are very risky. But yeah, I mean, I do prefer VIX. I don't have an XPXS position, but I would probably get some if I thought a market crash was incoming. Believe it or not, I'm so bullish as fuck on SLB. Hmm. Is it asking too much for SPX to go to 3760 today? No, but if it happens, it's not going to happen till probably the later part of the day, after 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Let's see if we continue to find support in this like 3725 range. 372 will hold and rocket. We'll see. QQQ, or you can play like NDQ minis. There isn't an SPX equivalent for NASDAQ. Well, not really. NDX, right? Which is the NASDAQ 100 index. Although I don't know if you can buy options on it on WeBull. I'll check. Oh, you can. Huh. I didn't know WeBull had NDX. I think XLE has any chance of pushing past the $90 range. Maybe towards winter. It's already at $90.14 right now. It could go higher. I mean, previous highs at like 101, so I'd imagine so. Gotta go watch a chess stream now. Busy day at work. What? At everyone in Pigeonwell chat if you need me. Okay. NASDAQ is a big number. Options bigly expensive on SPX equivalent. It also moves a lot faster, right? Because basis point changes are greater notionally. Is there an ETF that is SPY plus QQQ in the same ticker? Like Vanguard Total Market, like VTI or something like that. It's not really SPX or SPY plus QQQ. It's just, I mean, there might be. I don't know. I don't think so. Why would you want exposure to two indices? Why Apple not going up? Well, because the market's not really going up. Learning to take small, compounding 10% wins instead of going for gram slams every time is testing me very well. Thank you. No problem. Congratulations. That's really the right way to take profits, usually. I opened my Upstart 25C position for December 19th at $19. Well, let's realize some gains. Nice, man. Seems like 1,000 is your normal viewership. Have you done a poll to see who is at work and who is at home? Yeah, we did that once. It varies. As we get like closer to Opex, it's usually around like 12 or 1,300. As you know, we move further away from Opex, it drops. But yeah, it's usually roughly in that range. During Opex, it can go up to like 3 to 4,000. Fuck all the memes and nonsense. I tune in to snipe spy and wait for the signal that cat is in season. Man, when cat goes in heat, it's so beautiful. What would you say is the best way for us newer option traders to capitalize on an impending market crash in the next few months? Well, the first thing I would do is remember that market crashes are black swan events and highly unlikely. The next thing I would do is consider getting lots and lots of theta if you're attempting to time one. The last thing I would say is probably leverage into something that's not too difficult to understand, like SPY or like SPXS or VIX. You're getting a kick out of ignoring Popcorn Trader, aren't you? No, I just don't want to acknowledge just SPY 385s. Do you think WeBull will be volatile tomorrow? Maybe. Or they'll just short it some more tomorrow. Is 4 to 5 months lots of theta for SPY SPX puts? Not really. It's a just remember that, you know, with 4 to 5 months, you'll probably need to roll in about a month if the market hasn't crashed in order to preserve your capital. Also, factor that in. Factor in the cost of rolling in the future when you first start building your position. Do you think the SPY continues to trade flat all day? Or is pressure building to one side or the other? I mean, I think we're seeing repositioning going on, but I don't know how many days it'll take. It can take a little while. I think I'm getting a job as a mailman. I can still listen and manage positions, plus lots of walking. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose so. I think you have to take like a test to get that job. They're usually kind of hard to get. But I guess you have all the time in the world to keep applying. Jan 24 SPX 3000P for Black Swan insurance. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. What are you looking at for live SPXOI? I don't track live SPXOI. I just have OI from open, like right after opening bell. You can't track OI live because OI is not reported until the end of the day. Not unless you're like a market maker. In which case you're paying, you know, CBOE like maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for that information. SPX 3700 range calls off 1300 OI, puts out 4500 OI. How did you know the call OI would win out? Well, because not all the puts are bought. Also, more than likely, a lot of the puts closed when we fell below 3700. I've been working as an appraiser. I just drive around and listen to the stream all day. Not a bad job. I know someone who used to do that. Terrible time to become one, obviously, with the housing market the way it is. But, you know, people are still FOMOing trying to sell their houses at the top. So you'll stay busy for a little while longer at least. My nonprofit assists job seekers in preparing for unemployment exams. Do you have buckled up Jen? Do you have any housing opportunities for Hazy? Jfresh told me he's homeless and lives under a bridge. I've started a Fubo CC experiment on 1013, only trading CCs and buying shares at the profits. 3 weeks in, I'm at 139 shares currently. Nice, man. So just compounding the position. How does JFresh quant if he lives under a bridge? He's going to be the library or something. Oh, he just does that because it's like his kink. He has a really nice house. Come to terms with the thesis that GME has no major short position on it. If I'm underwater 40% on shares because I bought at 180, is my new life just selling CCs to grind down cost basis? Yeah, I mean, you can also buy more GME to lower your cost basis. Although, obviously, that has diminishing returns. USPS is so desperate to hire now. Really? That's like I've known a couple of people that have done that job. Well, in New York City, it's kind of tough, but um, it seems pretty easy with like decent benefits. You'd think more people would be all about it. I don't want to hire Hazy. Hey Gerg, how doomy and gloomy is it in here today? It's not too bad. People are hopeful. We bounced off 3,700, so there's some positivity in the air. I've added stonks ads to my Psychology Today profile. I think my job is recession proof. Yeah, it very well could be. If we drop under 3,700, I'll have to work the Wendy's dumpster this weekend. Fair enough. Can you make Apple great again? No. Imagine releasing the same product for 20 years with very little changes and hoping to continue to succeed. Hey Gurk, I'll be in Atlanta next week, so I won't be around much. Then I'll be gone for 2 weeks. Will you look after my spy calls and upstart calls? They all expire tomorrow, right? I'm also a lawyer, so I'll just do foreclosure defense if the market crashes. Oh, okay, there you go. Law, like a law degree is so flexible. It's really the best degree. You can do anything with a law degree. Or if you get like a JD MBA, you can really do anything. That's like the power top degree. Applied math is better. More, maybe, but not everyone can do math. I think with enough tries, most people can pass the bar. Applied math, nah, the best is HVAC trade school. Global warming, man. ATNM, $10 puts, 1118 expiration. Penny for your thoughts. Preference by saying, I know liquidity is a problem, and IV will crush a bit. Then it sounds like you're already arguing against your own play. How do you find this garbage? Do you just look for everything that spiked that day, NW? I mean, you would want to buy very far dated puts, right? If you're gonna buy puts. And are you sure you want to get them at 10? This is a biotech. Why did it run? They have an earnings coming up? This is all just super fucking risky. I hate everything about this. I just wouldn't even touch this. Oh, so your plan is to short it with a 2-week expiration? It's fucking awful, man. You're welcome. Applied math, same like data scientist? No. Not today, dude. It's been ripping for days. Well, it's just like, I mean, you're first of all, if earnings is gonna happen, and then IV's gonna crush, and you'd be buying puts into IV crush. So you're going long volatility into IV crush, right? Everything about it's awful. Even if the price dropped to 10 or $8, you're gonna lose money. Scroll down, I get it. Oh, okay. I'm just really trying to hammer the point home. You don't want to be an oil rig tech. That job's really dangerous. Remember I told you about that buddy of mine who bought like 10 million in GME? And he still has it, but that's because he doesn't trade his stocks. He works on rigs. Like his dad owns like a private oil company, or his dad owned a private oil company. And fuck that. They don't. They pay a lot, but they don't pay enough to lose a limb. I tried being a data scientist, but I couldn't pass overfeeding your pet 201. Yeah, the second level of that course is really difficult. When's VIX earnings? Don't worry, I'll stream it. What percentage of college degrees would you say are useful for society? Oh god, it's got to be slim, right? I know my degree's not. If anything, finance just makes society worse, right? I guess applied sciences, medicine, engineering, that could go both ways. It's like 5%. I mean, I would say STEM degrees have more application. The next I really find the idea that people go to school for things like history and English abhorrent, but No offense to the philosophy majors in the chat, but why? Like, couldn't you have read those books and formed opinions without paying someone $90,000 a year for the privilege? And like, who cares what the next person's fucking interpretation of, Shakespeare or Nietzsche is, right? Like, I just don't give a shit. So many people have interpreted it at this point. It's such a fucking waste. I guess they'll be teachers. We need teachers. Back in 2015, I ran into a buddy who graduated from Berkeley School of Music, top of his class. He was working at a GameStop. Sounds about right. Bro, nobody wants to teach in American schools anymore. Well, private schools where they get paid better. I agree. I agree. Teachers should be paid about triple what they're currently paid on average. I also think they should be, required to do their jobs well. But I chose those degrees so I could fuck off for 5 years on a scholarship. Fair enough. Hammurabi's code was written 2,000 years ago, and college students will still be writing about the legitimacy of eye for eye punishment and comparing it to the death penalty. Yeah. I mean, just because someone went to Harvard doesn't mean they're going to do anything with a degree, right? Like, so a degree is. I'm not somebody who. I love education, but I really don't love the certification of education that we have in the US and most of the world. A degree is only what you make of it. A lot of people use the argument like, oh, people get degrees and they go work at a Starbucks. So those people were going to work at fucking Starbucks with or without the degree. Let me tell you, because they don't have any ambition, right? That's why they're at a Starbucks. It's not because of their fucking student debt. It's because they didn't go out and try to do something with it, right? And that's not always easy, but that's really the difference between people who are successful with their degrees and people who are not. But those people would probably be successful without degrees, or more successful than working at a Starbucks. Although, they are trying to start unions at those Starbucks because they read about those and their discussions on labor in college. I mean, I know guys who graduated high school and trade options for like, at a desk at JP Morgan and make a lot of money. They've been there a long time. Obviously, the barrier for entry is a lot higher nowadays, but and they did so much cocaine in the early 90s and late 80s that their brains are actually fried and they just trade spreads all day. But they still make a million or two a year. I got a degree in history, worked at Dr. Pepper in marketing. Then I taught high school for 26 years. Loved it and tried to teach the students about life. I had 2 to 3 jobs my whole career. I mean, if you love teaching, that's great, right? I mean, somehow I found myself teaching people, and I despise it. But you know, I like doing this every day because it's entertaining for me. Well, if you grew up poor, you just have to work 10 times harder than someone who grew up rich, right? It's hard to get momentum as a poor. I have a degree from a UK university. I spent 4 years reading books, watching films, drinking, and taking drugs. It was great. I'm pretty successful, but here I am. So go figure. Growing up rich is the best. That's well, I mean I've told you guys before, that's the real American dream is becoming so wealthy that your children can grow up useless. Because you love teaching so much. How is MM hedging puts and calls on the VIX? The MMs aren't really hedging volatility appropriately in the market at all right now. But they would generally hedge them the same way they'd hedge puts and calls on any other instrument. Anything interesting with Bobby ETF FTDs? No. I don't like IWM FTDs. Fubo either. That big spike in FTDs on both Fubo and Bobby are the same, mostly the same ETFs. IWM FTDs are far too dispersed across a really broad index. It's really hard to say where they'll pop their head up. I assessed into remedial algebra at community college. 8 years later, I graduated with my BS in physics. Damn. Yeah, that's a whole nother issue with the universities trying to just keep you there as long as feasibly possible, not letting you take concurrent math courses. There's a lot of issues with that too. I don't want to get into the bureaucracy of community colleges, but I graduated from Harvard, worked at reinsurance company and then a top tier hedge fund. I'm now 25 and I sit home trading options and listening to you all day. I honestly can't complain. Thanks, Juicy. For people trying to get in today, yeah. I mean, you can get in on the ground level and still work your way up. But it's tough. You got to make friends with people. It's very political. So today tomorrow is wait for puts to sell off or market to crash. If we chop into next week, maybe we're gonna get some gamma relief and help from CPI report that is hopefully better. Yeah, I could see that being better. I want to say a better life education from community college, a better formal education from university. Something about taking classes with people of all ages and all walks of life makes you worldly. Yeah, yeah. There's 4-year university is definitely at a disadvantage in that way in a lot of regards, because your peers are generally really your peers. Imagine how bad the college system would be if the government just paid the bill. It'd probably be better. I'm here to let everyone know that eating A55 does not make you gain weight, no matter what the owner of A55 eats. Ass? I mean, it has. I hope it has no caloric content and that you're sanitizing properly, Kendra. It's very irresponsible if you're not. If you're getting any caloric energy from eating A55, um, that's not good. Hear me out. We create the Pi-Fi College of Stonks and Trading Good. It'll never get accredited. Do you think we could impress people at institutions with their complete lack of risk management? No. A student dealing drugs convinced him to stop and taught him the money markets. He made $1 million by age 25 in Central American currencies. He came back and thanked me, gave me no money. Well, that's how that goes. Metallurgical engineer here. I should have skipped college and followed my childhood dream of becoming a pilot. Maybe. Maybe we should all just follow our childhood dreams. You still working on your master's? I'm not attending this semester. What was your childhood dream? To be rich? My childhood dream was having have an underwater volcano base. That's pretty cool. You still rowing every day? No, I haven't done that for like 2 weeks. I got bored with it. Now I hate seeing it, and I tripped on it the other day because I forgot to fold it up. I stubbed my toe. Now my toe hurts. Still. What's your dream now? To be richer? I like money. I don't actually like spending it or doing any of the fun things you can do with money. I just like looking at it in my accounts. Like, I'll just open up my accounts and look at them and be like, look at all I've accomplished. And then that's it. Yeah, like a high score. My childhood dream was to be president of the United States. If you ever run for president, I'm copy and pasting all of your chats in here and your videos and making a video. That'll either help you out or ruin you. My childhood dream was to be a wallet so I could sniff ass all day. Nice. You really love ass, Kendra, don't you? Do you hate Christmas? I mean, I don't care about it. I don't really care about any holidays. I think they're stupid. Are your beneficiaries family or charities? They're just gonna burn it all. Do you believe that the best thing for rich parents to do to educate their kids well is to give them a hard time and let them make their own instead of giving them money to be spoiled? I mean, if you're rich and you have kids, they're already going to be fucked up. If you're poor and you have kids, they're going to be fucked up. There's no way to prevent fucking up your children. So the best thing you can do is try not to fuck them up like your parents fucked you up, and then in turn fuck them up in entirely new and different ways. Alternatively, you could adopt someone else's children that don't have a home or someone to fuck them up and fuck them up instead. And then you'll feel less bad about it because they're not genetically yours. You were reading a Ko-Fi earlier today. About 1/3 of the way through, I realized it was Kendra and it was going to end weird. That's all of Kendra's Ko-Fis. My current dream is a 5-bedroom apartment that overlooks the Tiber and Rome. If my performance continues, I'll have it by next summer. Nice. Is that expensive? Aren't like houses in Italy really fucking cheap? I don't come here for stock plays, just deep thoughts with the gherkin. Was JFresh difficult to adopt? They wanted to see what environment he would be living in. So I had to hide the freezers because, you know, people were coming over. I was all over the place as a kid in order: fighter, baker, scientist, Mongols, biker, game member, automotive mechanic, pilot, chemist, doctor, pharmacist, but settled on engineer. How boring. Are you happy with that choice? Isn't Italy like $1 if you promise to renovate them? Huh. Grew up poorish. Now the family has a fuck ton of money. They have money, but I don't. Awkward. Maybe they had money all along and they were just lying to you. Where do people get off trying to sell their houses for last year's prices? Don't worry, someone will underbid them. That is the way supply and demand works. What's your ideal price for a t-shirt? I don't know, like $12. Is it cotton? If it's 100% cotton, I'll spend 25. If you met a bull, a bear, and a pig at the same time, what would you do? I don't like going to weird sex parties. Um, what about the microplastics, Barry? My childhood dream was to be a wealthy investor. Halfway there. The microplastics are what make your figure look so good in them. Down 20k in CCs earlier in the week. Now I likely won't be assigned. I love this game. It's pretty fun. There's nothing I love better than being 100% right about GME's price action and then not playing it the way I think it'll play out. Starting to look a little bearish out here. Really? And we found a higher support level and we're staying in it. This is starting to form just a nice uptrend, right? Don't get me wrong, I think it'll stagnate into the midday, but yeah, this doesn't look too bearish. I mean, shitty and slow, but not bearish. People have said head and shoulders like 500 times today. I would say that we're still very much just in the bear flag. I think at some point we'll get a breakdown. If we don't, that's very bullish, right? Bear flags that break up are real bullish. When I was a child, I wanted to become a veterinarian, but when I go to middle school, grade 7, I realized I was dumb. I would never get accepted into vet med school. That's fair. That's a very early realization of your own limitations. I know you're bullish on BTU, but does it seem like intentional shorting on their good earnings? Just probably profit taking? I think a lot of people were playing this earnings. You know, I discussed with you guys some of the potential for it. Um, this is falling back into a more acceptable range. I think their next earnings is going to be even better. Still super bullish on it, and I don't really care about the near term price. I have higher price targets on BTU than anywhere near what it's trading right now. Like my PT on BTU is you know, in like the 30 35 range. I think it'll just continue to perform really well. That's just my PT for leaps. My PT for shares is higher, like 40 plus. I think we're just beginning to see the warming up of the commodities. Wait till they go crazy. Are there any more pimentos forming on SPX? No, because all the options positioning on SPX right now has been like 1 and 2 DTE. So we're not, I mean, we're seeing like very short-term pimentos form, but they also collapse really quickly. We're not seeing big leverage positions on November 18th yet. We're starting to see some. They're mostly bullish. But the nearer term options are leaning a bit more bearish. You think a big market downturn is on the horizon? Yeah, I mean, if the Fed keeps raising rates, something's gonna break. My childhood dream was to be a fighter pilot. If I hit big on one of these opexities, I'm 100% gonna take off work and get my private pilot's license. Oh, nice, man. That sounds fun. I've never wanted to die in a Cessna, so I've never really thought about it, but I hope you don't either. If we added up all my check videos, how long do you think it would be? 2 hours? I was just gonna cut everything out except the chugging part. So just like a super cut of you non-stop drinking. A skill from Coors Light to waves crashing on a cliff. How frothy is this market? Boiling over like milk. Like milk that someone forgot on a burner. I have a high price target, $10 on your favorite bank, SoFi. I believe it could get there in roughly a decade. Good luck with that. What's the furthest out wheat expiry wheat contract you've got? 2020 2023? I have no idea. I don't even have the position open right now. Whatever the furthest strike was. I think I have 24s. 24, I don't know. I'd have to open the brokerage. I think I have 24s at 9. I might have some 10s. I cut back a lot of my options on wheat and just started buying shares with the profits. On the last rally, but I still have some options exposure. They're really cheap, and when they move up, you know, you make like 100%, which is nice. Thoughts on PayPal today? I don't really have any. What's it doing? I don't like that company. Looks like it's heading back to $69. Could be bullish. Upstart just down with the market. Partially. I mean, it's got FTDs too. So probably a kind of standard like heavyweight CNS clearing pattern most days for the next several days. Spike in the morning, drop, spike, drop, kind of price action. It's probably just gonna keep doing some of those. At the money VIX puts for 1222, risky. I wouldn't fuck with the VIX unless I was. I've been moving back into my VIX hedge as I close out my VIX short. I haven't closed out all of my VIX short yet. I was trying to scale some back before the Fed meeting yesterday. And I got a little bit scaled back after the Fed meeting when the price was high, so that was helpful. But VIX didn't move a lot, so I'd be careful with out of the money positions. I mean, I'd want a lot of theta. Do you have siblings? Yeah. I'd wait another month or two to when people are buying more vapor rub to get into VIX. Are they trying to seller box Rev? That'd be really fucking stupid. Girk hasn't acknowledged this yet, but business media called Rev a meme stock, even though no one on Wall Street Bets is playing it. Lurking in our channel confirmed. Maybe. I mean, it had some social media sentiment. Not a lot. Do Rev FTD reg show obligations mean anything? Sure. I want to buy so many UVXY shares to hold forever. At this point, I feel like even if the market crashes, UVXY is just going to stay at $10. They despise the wash sale rule. Now I have to wait 30 days to open positions. Otherwise, my cost basis will be some absurdist abstract value. Ah, do you though? How much theta do you plan on picking up for GME Opex? The same thing as always. I'm here, no need to panic. Oh, thank God, Keith Davis. But seriously, what did I miss? All those things still have the same outlook. I bought the Fubo dip. Nice. Not a bad dip to buy. I kind of want to sell 350s. What are they at? Ugh. Just not enough IV on those. Oh. No. Oh well. We're running up to 34.99 on 1118. We could start moving up earlier into this Opex period. Be cautious of that. We could start moving up on like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday into the Opex period. Especially if we get shorted hard next week. You know that there's no change in your cost basis if you don't buy back at a loss, right? What were your childhood dreams? To be rich? Was your childhood interesting? Not particularly. Did your father ever hit you in the temple with a big bamboo stick on purpose, like mine did? No. Can we meet your siblings? Absolutely not. I see what you're saying, Darth. I'm just ignoring you. I'm sorry I'm late. I got invited to a meeting between my wife and her boyfriend. What did I miss? Not much. Do you have a hot sister? No comment. That'd be weird. Why would you think your sister is hot? Before I got married, I convinced my wife I got chlamydia from a dirty toilet. I've now had to change all my toilets many times over the past few years. Do you still have chlamydia? You know you can have that treated. Do you have any thoughts on Rivian with earnings next week? Last month they had the recall issue. Puts are too late. I don't know, man. That stock has some really, really weird fucking sentiment. I don't honestly trust playing it. I am not a middle child. I am the oldest child by a lot. I'm going out on another date with the girl with the faint blonde mustache. If we kiss again and the stash is still there, I have to accept that I'm bi-curious. Okay. Could we rally here? Yes. Are you gonna average down your SPX calls? Not in this account. I don't think I have any solid cash in this account right now. Are you the coolest child? I don't know. Statistically, you and your siblings share about 50% of your DNA. If you say that your siblings aren't hot, you're really saying that you're not hot. Well, saying someone's hot means that you find them physically attractive. I don't find my siblings physically attractive because they're my siblings. Trash. Is that a Yankee thing? Down here, everyone knows that hotness runs in the family. Oh, Jesus. How do I learn not to objectively not feel too high or low when my portfolio goes up or down? How do you stay so even keeled? Even J-Pow tanked the markets yesterday. Gracias. I don't know. It's just like it is what it is. I mean, I can't I can't stop it. I can only make a thesis and stick to it. If I lose money, I lose money. If I make money, I make money. Why feel emotional about that? I mean, I guess if you care, I don't care if I lose all my money. Potentially. I don't think that's gonna happen, but if it did, I don't think I'd give a shit. I'd just make more, right? Hey Greg, back from a meeting. Why are we going full Alabama? I don't know. I'm not, but other people already are. What are your crystal ball predictions for FUBO earnings? They already announced a preliminary report. Why do people keep asking me this? We already know their earnings. There's still a giant put wall. The price isn't going anywhere. Hotness doesn't run in my family. It doesn't help that my family tree looks like a telephone pole. No branches. Bear flag ripping up? Not yet. I'm traveling to Alabama for work in a month. Do I need to find my sister hot so I can fit in there better? Thanks in advance. You'd have to ask someone from Alabama. I don't know. Wall on Fubo at 5? At 4? Thoughts on Reese's peanut butter cups that aren't frozen? They're fine. Is it Game of Thrones' fault that incest has become normalized? Yes. So weird. Alabama here, what you got? What do you think of your sister? I have an opportunity to change jobs within the company, but the new job won't allow me to sit at a desk all day following the stream and losing money. What do? Tough. That's a tough choice. Do whatever inspires you, Darboire. No, people are just sick, my man. It's just so strange. I saw TikTok, like someone showed me TikTok. I'd never really exposed myself to TikTok previously. What a bunch of cringy shit. This world is going to hell in a handbasket. Going, we're already there. I refuse to open TikTok. I haven't even downloaded it. One of my friends showed it to me on their phone, and I was like, "This is You watch this? This is fucking awful. Now I don't like that friend anymore. I think he's a fucking idiot. He's like 32. He's far too old for watching teenage girls go, wait, stop, and then starting a 30-second tirade on how awful it is to be a teenage girl. I want to do all my best dance moves from Vine. Respect. I've needed no other social media since then. That makes sense. There was stock stuff on there. There was some guy who incorrectly described the effects of a ascending triangle and continuation patterns in a stock trend. Like he described it as being the inverse of what it actually is. But his confidence was sky high in that description. I almost believed him for a second. I was pretty impressed. There's something about confidently wrong people that just... I haven't tried twerking on the stream yet. Maybe that's what the stream needs to spice things up. Vix down, Dixie cooling. Index starting to look like more up. Maybe. Modcord chats tonight? I don't know. I could probably stop by. What day is it? I don't think I have anything going on. YouTube shadow bans so much stuff. It's insane. Yeah, they do. Keep hating while I build my crypto empire. You still think Fubo is going to get shorted on earnings? Yeah. Yeah, I do. That didn't change. If not shorted, at least same price. Unless they just come out with some fucking crazy shit and blow up the short position. Yeah, no, I don't think it's worth picking up calls. You can get calls for like Opex exposure if you want. Can you run through the Fubo bull case again, please? I might just buy Fubu instead. They're picking up subscribers and growing pretty fast. I think they have the they picked up the exclusive streaming rights for what was it, the Canadian like soccer broadcasting, and then they've been picking up exclusive rights in the US for all kinds of shit over the last few months. They're working on like an ad-based revenue platform to lower the cost of their monthly subscriptions, and they have the potential still for integration for sports betting. Where's the put wall most concentrated on Fubo? Above the current price. It's actually a pretty big market. Fubo's, you know, like their growth in subscriber base is actually really good, and they don't make content, right? They just get broadcasting rights. and use other people's content. So it's like Netflix without all the money spending. Their balance sheet isn't bad either. Like, it's not great, but it's not terrible, especially for being in the middle of a growth cycle. Rigged to 100 end of week. Have you been talking to Dunstan again? Thanks, Esha. Have you ever had spam before? Yeah. I have a Hawaiian bakery near me I wanted to try. They have tons of dishes that include spam. It's heavy, heavy eating, but I mean, it can taste good. Spam masubi's really tasty. I'd be full bull on Fubo if they released their platform for the sportsbook service they dropped as an API for other platforms powered by Fubo TV. Hmm. Well, I mean, hopefully they use that to integrate someone else's platform into their platform. Right? Because then that just makes their platform better. Instead of giving out as an API and letting people use it everywhere, force them to integrate. Can you run through the Fubo bull case? I wanted to drive you crazy by asking the exact same question again so you could feel like Upstart yesterday. Oh, thanks, Fluffy. Does anybody want to ask me about Upstart going below 20 while we're at it? BMW CFO seeing a slight decrease in new orders coming in. Nah, really? Nobody wants to buy a $75,000 car right now? Crazy. What do you want to talk about on SPX? It hasn't fallen below 3,700, so that's nice. AMD sub 100, same like free money. You gonna hold it for 10 years? Sure. I'm trying to get assigned on my AMD right now. Are you worried about? Are you worried that Fubo may dilute anytime soon? Real question. No, no, I'm not. I'm not worried about them diluting in these prices. They do have a shelf offer on the table, but they also have like 300 million in cash on hand, and their revenues are picking up. So I'm not super worried about a dilution right now. I do think they will need to dilute for their next growth cycle, but they're not diluting purely equity. Their earnings revenue are also fine. Yeah. I sold a CSP on AMD at 60, trying to get assigned. You sold CCs. I'm not feeling great now. I sold CCs at 62, trying to get assigned. Um, they expire tomorrow, so I may not get assigned, but we'll see. If I don't, I'm gonna start selling like in the money covered calls, like far dated ones. Just commit to having the capital locked up for a while. Huh. Bank of England expects UK to fall into the longest ever recession. Bullish. Girk, stop the polar bear. What's he doing? Is he pretending to be you again? Is that good news for hugely shorted companies, i.e. upstart GME et al.? Yeah. Yes, it is. Stop by polar bear. He's being an imposter again. I don't think it's bipolar bear. this whole like imposter thing is hysterical. Do you see RC & Co doing a share offering if GME crosses 40.50 this November Opex? And if they did, would that change your outlook on GME? I mean, they need some more money, but I don't think they need to do a share offering for a few more quarters. So I don't think it'll come this November. If it comes at all, you know, once they start posting positive EPS, there's other ways for them to get money. They could start taking on debt, and the way their cash burn lines up right now, at like roughly 5 to 6 quarters, I would say that it's more likely that as rates start pulling back, they'll start picking up some debt. A little bit, maybe not a lot, but enough for their next growth cycle. If they really want to break into e-commerce, they're obviously going to need to invest a lot more money into growth. Why don't you change your name? We already went over this. Let the imposter have your screen name. You change your name, and then the imposter won't know what your new screen name is. But then we don't know their new screen name. Who cares? Everyone's a bot anyway. They're just proving my point. He's onto us. Cheese it. We're making a TA channel is disconnected where we can post our charts just for you to shame. I mean, people do that anyway. I've finally grown sentient. Oh, shit. Well, there goes the GDP. Don't promote this behavior. I'm not. Do you think I could buy 100 shares of Amazon for $5,000? I guess if you hit like a volatility peak, maybe. Just put in the buy order now and see what happens. Right? That's what I did in the COVID crash. I just like put absurd buy orders on shit. And I was like, let's see what fills. Some of them filled. That was the last time I owned PayPal. The guys at Fidelity laughing their asses off at a GTC order for 100 shares of Amazon at 50 today. Dreading filling the order tomorrow. Uh-oh. Now there's a third one? This is ridiculous. Why don't you change your PFP? Is it bullish or bearish if the SPX gap fill doesn't complete by end of day? Neither. Yeah, during the end of the COVID crash, I got a fill on Lockheed at I think it was like 275. That one was fun. What were some other really fucking stupid ones I got? I filled on Tesla. I didn't have a big buy. I didn't get a big fill on Tesla. I think I got like 50 shares near the bottom of the drop. Something like 20. It was like well, no, it wasn't. It was like 200. Which was it? I could probably find the order. One, it was like 168. That's pre-split. Tesla dead? Yeah, I mean it's a piece of shit. You keep going on about it, and the entire chat is going to be SHA by the end of the day, man. I know School of Stock hasn't been a priority, but I found your cover call video helpful. Any chance you create a CSP video? Same like covered call, just opposite. CPI is next Thursday. What's your price estimate for PayPal or Starbucks earnings? I wouldn't go long on either one of them. I also wouldn't go short because earnings. I don't play earnings. It's just gambling. What's your opinion on doing add the money buy rates on Upstart? The November 1120C is 225, which seems pretty good to me. You can just do strangles. So you could do like a 20 or like a short straddles. You could do like a sell a CSP at 20. Sell a call at 20. But yeah, I mean, buy rates probably aren't bad either. I think the price will drop though, which is so you might have to wait to get assigned. Unless you're gonna buy and rate in the money call, but isn't in the money call worth the yield? If you saw like a 19, barely. CSPs don't require margin. Is the same strategy for choosing strikes and theta for CSPs as it is CCs? Yeah, I mean, they're just the opposite position, right? The problem I have is I can't sell CSP in my tax-free savings account here in Canada. Can't you like sell CSPs outside of your tax-free account and then deposit the profits into your tax-free account? I've heard of this with Canada a couple times. I don't understand it, but I've heard it exists. Yeah, I know you can sell covered calls, but you can't sell CSPs and TFSAs, I think. It's capped. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. You don't have to do all your investing in a tax-free account. That seems ridiculous. Like, even if you're taxed on the investing outside of it, you're still making money, right? Like, if you're paying taxes, it's because you've made profits. Can you get margin on TFSAs? Can you sell, like, spreads? I don't think Rev 35Cs are going to print. I think you're right. Did you start buying them today? Canada sucks. I don't understand why you can't sell a CSP on a cash account. Like, who the fuck made that rule? Yeah, it sounds like you're stuck with fucking buy rates then. I mean, IRAs are supposed to be for long-term investing too, but everyone uses them to trade aggressively. What are buy rates? You buy the stock and then write contracts against it. Generally, like at the money. They're actively day swing trading. That's lame. Are buy rates same as cover call? Yeah, but it's you're buying the underlying with the intention to write a call and be assigned. They're better in bull markets. Much, much better in bull markets. Because you just like buy 100 shares and sell a CC like $3 out of the money, and then a few weeks later or 30 days later you get assigned, and it's just like brainless, right? You're waiting on the VIX sub 25 to start getting some March puts? Why would I be buying puts for March on the VIX? You mean calls? I've slowly been rolling my short VIX position long again, but very slowly. I'd say I've only converted at about 50%. Enough that I'm protected, but is there SPX on Schwab? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I've never traded it on Schwab, but I think it's on there. November 11th, Fubo 3.5p bid at 0.38. Selling CSPs and getting assigned, same like 100 shares at 350 minus 38, so 100 shares at 312. Yes, that's how that math works. Which market participants are incentivized to stop loss hunt on indices? Well, market makers, and then high frequency traders, you name it. They just use options. There's only one instrument you can use on the SPX. It's literally just index options. There's no underlying. Job gains 150K for this month. Spies toast. This is still going on. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to eat real fast. Wait, I didn't buy any calls. When Gert gets back, let's all bother him with horrible strangles for Fubo. My mother-in-law bought me a Tenga egg, and it rocks. It's made life difficult, though. Once the new Top Gun movie hype went away, I couldn't pretend to be a fighter pilot in public anymore. DM me if anyone wants to take it for a ride. I don't even want to know what the fuck that is. I fucking hate the holidays. What? Yeah, Kendra's jerking off with eggs. I don't know. Oh, there's more than one person in my apartment. It's the worst week ever. Did you let them in? No, they have a key in case I die alone. I'm gonna move somewhere for a couple weeks. You're buying VIX calls. I have some. If only you had another house. It's too far away. I'll just stay at a hotel. Happy birthday, Gurk. Thanks. In honor of NNN, I will hereby cover the right half of my screen to not give in to temptation. Thanks, Lentil Burrito. Caterpillar is the best stock. Give your house guests the keys to your new house. I don't want them to know I own it. They'll fucking never leave. It's not my birthday today either. Trash can for admin. That is all. Thanks for what you do, Big Pickle. I'll add your vote to the mail-in ballot. I'm assuming the lack of response to the DM I sent you is nothing important. I mean, that's really presumptuous of you to think I read your DM already. It's not like I see DMs from you, Stefan, and I'm just like, oh my god, Stefan DM'd me. I am full bull cat. Remember when I told you I bought 165 shares? You mean when everyone else bought 165 shares? Oh, well, you actually bought shares, right? That's gotta be a weird feeling. Cat's worth more than 220. What are you gonna do? That's why I don't buy shares on it. Domenico is talking to his imaginary computer friends again. Pretty accurate. How did you lose money on V? V was fucking epic too. William Tamita pleads guilty to price manipulation in SEC court case, allegedly. Doesn't seem alleged if he pled guilty. I suppose he hasn't been convicted yet, but cool. There you go. Crime. It's all over now. Just realized today's my 1 year anniversary from discovering the stream. My life has truly been changed because of you, Garrick. Thanks, Zalmathar. I hope that's a good thing, because your 1 year anniversary is right before Freg's Day. And maybe it's not. Thank you, though. It's good having you here, man. Wait, hold on. If Ken Griffin goes to jail, does everyone sell? Freg's Day was an Opex of epic proportions that immediately flash crashed on Tuesday morning. He can't post bond. He's short treasuries. Nearly 1 year ago, I lost a ton of money and threw up in my office. What price do you average down on RevRQ? I don't know, like $1? Sub $1? We ran up so much into Freg's Day, and everyone thought the T+2 pump was inevitable. So a lot of people took profit on Friday and then doubled down hard to the upside going into Monday morning. And Monday it ripped all day, right? So Tuesday morning when it started ripping even more, everyone just went full bull. And then we got the fucking ever-loving shit rug pulled out of us. It was great. Most of us survived. I only lost 8K. I didn't lose anything. I think well, I did. I lost like $300, which made it really hard to feel the same way everyone else did. And then everyone else was like, man, what a fucking asshole not respecting our losses. When I Survive Freg's Day t-shirt, you know, if there ever is a merch shop, that will definitely need to be one. But you know, everyone's gotten their own Freg's Day in the market at some point. I remember when the risk off happened before the COVID crash and my SPX puts went like negative 80%. That felt real great because I was full ported into them. Well, basically full ported into them. The SEC has innovated so much since 2008. Now, instead of maxing out their hard drives of porn while the market dies, they're watching it from the cloud while the market dies. Man, onward and upward, right? My frigating happened yesterday. What's your biggest loss? Like 350,000? There's a big difference between what's the most I've been down and my biggest loss. I've been underwater like over half a mil before. Realized loss. Yeah, about 350 grand. Most of them are really small. It kind of stands out. I guess Revlon too. Revlon was about almost 100 grand. Those are my two biggest. All the rest, you know, usually I have stops or something set. It's pretty hard to lose that much money unless something really doesn't go your way. You also have to be really over leveraged into one position, and then that position has to move hard the wrong way. When you were down half a milli, was that before March Opex? Yeah. I was coming up really close to half a million. That was rough. I don't do that anymore. I don't buy I don't over leverage into theta on GME anymore. Use a common position sizing system. I mean, I kind of just use my own. And it's just like ratio based off the total size of the account. I find that helps keep my account like growth in check with position size. Oh god, what did Kendra say? Thanks, Rocket Man. Yeah, I used to smoke for a long time. I quit. That's how I ended up vaping. How low can she go before ETF FTDs? We may see a dip below gamma neutral. If we do, very good opportunity to buy. Usually. Remember when you said GME to DN by end of week? Yeah, I do. Thanks. I've never been to Bangkok. I used to smoke Pi-Fi. I still do, but I used to too. Saved my 2750 cc's, Girk, with that DN call on Tuesday. Thanks a lot. I mean, the problem with those calls is that, they're based on historical performance, which thankfully, since GME is so fucking manipulated, occurs really frequently. But remember that, you know, historic performance is not indicative of future performance. Are you thinking averaging down Apple calls? I don't know. I haven't sold them yet. Yeah, when I get drunk, it's really hard. Like if I go to a bar and people are smoking, I thought that would go away, and it doesn't. Like especially if I'm shit faced. Is there a chance for upstarts to have good earnings next week and shoot up to prices from like 6 months ago? I don't think so. What's your big takeaway from the insane put call ratio and the lack of VIX movement? Market makers aren't appropriately hedging the downside in the market, which could mean that the market makers themselves are short volatility. If they can keep shorting the volatility and suppressing it, they don't have to hedge. Thanks, Tom F. Well put. Do you see any signs of the massive put wall on Fubo being released? Well, I'd imagine at some point institutions will be done positioning. There is an Opex coming up, and most of the puts that are currently open on it expire on the 18th. Shouldn't MMs be neutral? Yeah. That is neutral, right? If you can short the VIX to the point where you don't have to hedge it, you're still neutral, just in a different way. I'm not buying. I'm probably not going to buy if I buy any calls, I'm not going to buy very many, but I doubt I'm going to invest too much money into playing the upside of GME for ETF FTDs. Are we going to have an OPEX? It's looking good. Afternoon, Trina. Think of accumulating more shares of Upstart. Wait for earnings, you think? I probably would wait for earnings. You can just say no instead of ignoring the Dans. Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but yeah, no. If Atoms are shorting VIX, does that cause VIX to spike when they close the shorts? Yeah. When is Upstart earnings? Next week, I believe on the 8th. Pretty sure they're on the 8th. Am I wrong? Hold on. Yeah, November 8th, after hours. Just because we get a small rip this Opex also doesn't mean every Opex after that is back on the menu. No, it doesn't. But it helps us confirm a lot of outstanding analysis, which would be awesome because then we can paint a more accurate portrayal of what exactly we need to see that small rip instead of having to position on every one just to get exposure. Fubo December 16th has 18,882 call OI, 22,398 put OI for the $5 strike. Cool. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Depends on how that's weighted. Some of this could be sold puts, they can be parts of, short strangles, all kinds of shit. I would say a lot of the negative gamma pressure on Fubo falls off on November 18th, or at least from what I can see. Moving forward blindly, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. I smoked American Spirits.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the
What's the call put ratio data on the SPY looking like? Very bearish short term, still leverage bullish long term, or at least through the next, OPEX expiration. We'll see. The downside's not really getting hedged a lot, so we found some support at 3,700. We'll see if the short-term puts close out. We'll probably see a continuation of this bounce. I think some of that'll come at the end of today. Blue or yellow? It was like the organic ones, like the dark blue. Any hope for spicy zero DTs tomorrow? Maybe, but the question is, what side do you leverage? With VIX coming down, theoretically, call side should be better, but the VIX is still elevated, so it's kind of wonky. That's why I haven't been writing a lot of them, is because zero DTs are kind of rough when the VIX is higher than 20. There's some heavy cigs. How many did you generally smoke in a day? I don't know, like half a pack or something like that. It depends. When I worked in finance, a lot, because I would just smoke in my office. I would smoke like a pack and a half a day, which is really bad. Smoking's fucking disgusting. I started when I was like a kid, so I didn't. Well, I mean, I knew better, but I didn't know better. Everyone in my family smoked, so it was easy access, and I was an idiot. I mean, you weren't allowed to smoke in the office, but no one was gonna say anything to me. My fucking office, right? It's oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying, Kendra. Opinion on SPY action today. More downside to come, or we're gonna stay flat. Let's hope we stay flat until, repositioning can strengthen one way or the other. I've never had taint cheese. Thanks for asking, Surface Smurf. Were you work as professional trader? I wasn't a trader. Um, the nicotine in my vape is really low. I think it's 8 milligrams. They're salts, but it's only 8. I gotta see if my food's ready. I'll be right back. Hendro, enough. When would be a good time to buy puts on cat? Just just buy them on something else. Why cat? Puts on cat are risky. You could just get them on like SPX or SPY or Dow, and they'll have more liquidity. I'm gonna buy Upstart if it closes tomorrow below $20. Oh, cool. Well, I guess I'm the proud owner of more Google. Is Fang just worth so little now that it can't crash the market? Coin puts, Fidelity is launching commission-free crypto trading, and one of the C-suite is quitting. Yeah, I guess you could. I'm DCAing into Google. Hmm. Coin's still worth something, right? 58 bucks. I'd say puts are probably worth it. They got earnings coming up too, which won't be good. Mirror Universe Kendra Wilson. Today's ham sandwich had a bit of spicy mustard in it. I really didn't expect that. Anyway, off to my weekly game of Yahtzee with my big group of kind, generous friends. All the best. Thank you so much, Mirror Universe Kendra. How pleasant. I feel like maybe small caps and D-SPACs are going up with short covering to meet margin. That's holding up the indices as losses from big holdings are mounting. Or am I crazy? It's kind of accurate. If you look at like where margin is deployed in the market right now, the majority of margin is deployed on like mid and small cap companies, right? Because those are the ones that are the most short. So like IWM, like the Russell 2K, S&P 1500, shit like that is S&P 400, S&P 600, all have a lot more margin deployed than the S&P 500. So if, you know, primes are de-risking, you're going to see the smaller indices rise and the bigger indices drop. That was uncomfortable. What's your CC strap for Google? 0.3 delta, 14 to 30 DTE? Roughly, yeah. My cost basis, was not updated. My current cost basis is $90.16. I'd probably wait till after earnings. Can I average down the SPX calls? I don't think I'm going to do it today. Yeah, one is common stock, and the other has voting rights. Well, one has voting rights, the other one doesn't. Goog L has the voting rights, It costs a little more money and it's a little bit more illiquid. So covered calls on it are slightly higher profitability. I'm gonna buy 3,000 more shares of Google at some point. I was gonna buy them at 85, but I don't know. With their last earnings report, I may wait for lower prices. Still at 60% confident in long vol squeeze. I mean, we're gonna have to wait for things to keep playing out, but yeah. That's not what I said, though. I said 60% scared shitless that we're right, and it will long vol squeeze. Any thoughts on Rev? I know we don't really have news. I cut losses, moved to Fubo GME, etc. on a similar portfolio. I mean, Rev's seeking a buyout. There's probably a good chance you get a better price than what it's currently trading at. I've never watched myself eat at 2x speed on the stream. PT for coin? I don't have one. Below 41? I don't know. Someone just asked me about it. It's probably like a better long short. Can't have quants and mods in the same place. Unless they're a mod and a quant. Yeah, there's still some arbitrage left over from the split. Someone else is telling me about that too. What's Google's biggest weakness? Recession. Their own inability to launch a successful product besides Google. What does unemployment need to look like tomorrow for an SPX rip? It needs to go up, but none of the trends are pointing at that. What's your view on DoorDash? I hate them. Did they make money again? We're up about 5% today. Looks like earnings speculation. I wouldn't be surprised if it's short positioning. Fuck it. I hate Dash so much. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have any. None of the cash is settled from yesterday. Fuck. I'm gonna buy puts on it. Spite play. No problem, turd. Don't buy a put ever again, Gurk. Why? Google Plus will become the new Facebook when Meta and Twitter die. And they ban. Don't forget, they successfully lobbied to ban TikTok. I don't like DoorDash. Think of the Dashers. I mean, could DoorDash actually pay them any less? Yeah, but if Google buys Snap, they're gonna get rid of all the sex, and then no one will use Snap anymore. What's your favorite dinosaur and why? Stegosaurus. I like the spiny back things. Like a dinosaur with a mohawk. Chance of Fubo releasing spicy forward guidance that could bump price. 50-50? Turd, you'll never get me to buy Burlington Co. Factory ever, ever, ever again. But I'm still long cake. Velociraptor, the dangerous turkey? Nah. Either Citigroup or JPM. I don't like Bank of America or Wells Fargo. If the market actually crashes, I'll just buy BlackRock, right? Not all of it, but I've got enough, yeah. Well, the Stegosaurus didn't have to be smart. It just had to be spiky and eat things. You should try and teach chat what the derivative of function is and see if they understand. I can already tell you the outcome of that, dork. Any reason why you're waiting until tomorrow to buy Upstart below 20? I have CSPs. Mike Zero Profit. The what of the what now? See what you fucking started? Although I would get rid of a lot of people if I just started teaching calculus. Hmm. Calculus stream? Gary Gensler in their meeting yesterday said you don't have to be faster than the bear, just faster than the other campers. That's accurate. Is Gary Gensler telling us to buy out of the money puts? But are tomorrow's higher than today's? No, slightly lower. Never went any higher than college algebra, yet I'm still an engineer. Figure that one out. You work for the train companies? What was your favorite game on the TI-83 calculator? I didn't play games on my TI-83. 6 months. Stock market's still dog shit. Yep. We probably got about another year and a half of this at least. Chipotle food engineer? Sandwich artist? Network engineer. Oh, okay. You don't have to take pre-calc for that? Any reason Citigroup's stock price is so low now? Apologies for actual questions, not joining the memeing. How low is it? Ooh, Ivory Coast Terrorism Index. Hold on. We're gonna look up that in a second. Um, kind of looks like they've just been dropping with the market pretty hard since, well, November. I guess they've been on a decline since June, though. Not a bad buy-in price. Hmm. Risky to buy into banks if you think a market crash is going to happen or a recession. Don't forget banks don't like deflation. Isn't the Fed's plan basically to have the market keep going down and for employment to go up? Unemployment to go up. So if unemployment doesn't go up soon, it means their plan for lowering inflation is not working. Their plan for lowering inflation hasn't been working. I think you'd have to take at least calculus 1 for like any BS degree. Is network engineer not a bachelor of science? Huh. I don't even know what a network engineer does. Piton down from 94% highs. I told you once they started killing babies, it was over. Network engineers change the oil on the networks. That's what I would assume. Network engineers build build switching, routing, computer and server infrastructure. Oh, so like adult professional Legos. Professional Lego builder. Network cable wrangler. Network engineers is cert. Software engineers college. Huh. You mean tell me this guy got a degree to unplug a modem and plug it back in 5 minutes later? That's just IT, right? Sorry if you already talked about this, but what are your thoughts on NASDAQ stagnation today? Same like SPX stagnation. Oh man. Stefan, please don't buy stocks if you can't handle positioning. I don't need you driving me nuts about your positions on top of everyone else. Because you'll just be way worse about it. I haven't been in front of the computer today, stepping in and out. Nothing's doing anything. It's a very boring day. Everything dropped and it's stayed there. A friend of mine started as a chemical engineer major, but was too dumb and ended up a financial engineer. Financial engineer is a master's degree. It's like applied mathematics and computer science for creating modeling and analysis tools for the most part. Market plumbing, quantitative analyst. Um, it's one of the many uh, backgrounds that could qualify someone to be a quantitative analyst. Huh. If I get my MBA online, can I become a rich business guy that can afford Patagonia vests? Potentially. Yeah, that's a potential option. What kind of grades did you get in college? I did pretty well. A few B's, mostly A's. Like a 4.10 with like eight, but that was because of like AP courses. Lots of them. It's actually just even more common now. Like 4.0 is just not good enough anymore. I think they offer them up as a way for like students who fall behind to boost their GPAs. How mad would JFresh be if I went and bought a PhD from a shady online university and demanded that he call me Dr. Dork? Well, we don't have to call him Dr. Gingerballs, so that would just be rude, right? I think a lot of people that take the AP courses generally go back and take them to like bump their GPA after the fact. My high school valedictorian graduated with a 4.65 because of all the honors and AP courses offered at our school. I'm Dr. Gingerballs. I don't know why we'd be calling JFresh this. Oh, yeah, that's right. What's the general sentiment for the next few weeks? We're gonna find out if the market is able to recover in this like 3750 range and continue its move up, or if it's all gonna crash on Monday. Yeah, there's been crashes. It didn't happen on Monday. I could have had a high GPA in high school, but I decided that I'd rather have friends and get laid. Was it worth it? The friends. Nerd. I took a ton of APs in high school. Total joke. Teachers don't get paid anything, so the most talented people don't seek out those jobs. It's true. That's also true at the collegiate level. You just like, especially in finance, like the only really talented professors you get have been out of the industry for like 20 years, so they have no idea what the fuck is going on anymore. Silly me, I took many AP courses in high school, then I went to art school and found out none of the AP credits counted since there were no math, science, or requirements in art school. I mean, you had to make art, right? And probably be good friends with your teachers. Some weirdos do. At a high school teacher who was a heart surgeon, did it for 10 years, said fuck it, and became a high school science teacher who owns a chicken hobby farm. Weird. Do you think we'll see a big time recession soon? Because business is booming like absolute crazy. Well, you're on the manufacturing and like industrial side, right? That should be booming right now. The real roaring kitty put their pickle in my jar. Ban Darth Dan. I'm gonna find out if this is actually the real roaring kitty. Hold on. Hmm. I don't know. Now that I'm being paid to ban Darth Dan, it's far more attractive. 1.5 million sales last month, 400K already in November. I'm drowning in work, yet I mess around on stream. Well, I mean, whatever helps you break away from that, I guess. The industrial side too, it's been very good. Yeah, I mean, it should be. That's the way the bullwhip works. SPX gapping up, like a tiny bit. Will tomorrow be as boring as today? I don't know. Someone want to call Jamie Dimon and tell him to start buying SPY? I have an edge on the SPY. I almost never lose. When market up big, I short. When market big bleed, I long. Too easy. Well, that'll work until the bear market's over. My port is up $8 today. Am I winning? Nice. Did you know that I have 3 doctorates? I also made 700K a year. Then I discovered the stream and gave it all up to live the dumpster life and embrace my inner Dan. Listen, Daniel Supreme, I've been in the neighborhood you live in Philly. You do not have 3 doctorates, nor do you make 700K a year. Your wife, on the other hand, maybe. And Darth Dan. Do you see a decent possibility by Jimmy for 24? Maybe towards the end of next week. Because so volatility shorting destroys share price over time because it gives longs multiple high price opportunities to exit, right? So on most stocks, if they don't have a lot of interest or growth potential, over time, longs become more and more likely to exit on these peaks, right? And so the over time the value of the stock decreases. With GME, you have people buying the bottom. So it kind of like over time it keeps going up. Slowly, but it keeps going up. And then they have to short really, really, really hard at different points to bring it back down into a range where they can, start shorting volatility again. So GME's vol shorts cause the price to actually improve over time because people are buying the bottom, but they're not selling the top. What's the next resistance for Caterpillar? It gets tough in this range. There's not a lot of historic support and resistance. Technically speaking, 227. But there's a little bit at like 220, 223, and yeah, 223 and 227 are really the next two upside resistances for Cat. Still look good for November so far, yeah. What strikes am I looking at? I don't know, just the usual shit, like 0.3, 0.1 delta in that range. Some out of the monies for IV. If we get shorted really hard, I'll probably put a decent amount of money into it. Is there a donation amount that would actually force you to ban Darth Dan? $10,000, but it has to be from one person. And the only person that can donate it is Roaring Kitty himself. See you later, trash. Okay, Gork, you should buy 3 stocks at once. That way none of the other stocks think you're needy. Oh, interesting. I already do that. No, but thanks. I mean, what I really want to learn how to do, Popcorn Trader, is nag my stocks. So they keep moving up even though they're already overvalued. I think Vanguard sold after the split. I don't think so. Their shareholding should be roughly the same. It's still in all their ETFs. No institutions were like long GME outside of ETF holdings anyway. Not really. What members can be banned for money? I mean, pretty much everyone. Ransack, but they don't hold. No, yeah, they just sell off. $54,000 deep in the money calls expiring in 15 days. Hmm. I wish people wouldn't watch. You guys really shouldn't watch options volume as an indicator of anything. Deep in the money. Could be an institutional position moving in. They just get alerts and then ask me about them, generally speaking. BTU has its highest volume since April 28th. Yeah, it's got quite a lot today. At this point, Dork, JFresh should be the one most likely to pay me for his own banning. Are they moving with deep in the money calls? Could be cheaper than buying at market. Exercisable position in case something happens. They can sit on the theta forever. There's a lot of articles written about Volmageddon. This isn't exactly the same setup, but there's similarities. What a boring fucking day. Yeah, it is. It's super boring. Upstart couldn't even stay below 20. Yeah, it's times like this I think I might have over leveraged into Upstart CSPs. What about a couple December puts on Cat, but it just keeps moving up? Don't buy puts on Cat. I keep warning people and no one's listening to me. Everyone's like, hey man, what about puts on Cat? And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't buy puts on Cat. You can buy puts on any index better than buying puts on Cat. Same rate, like same rate of return. So why buy puts on Cat? Ah, oh, motherfucker. Shouldn't the fact that it's not dropping during the index downward momentum turn people away from this? I mean, the index doesn't currently have a lot of downward momentum, or at least not today. But yeah, it should. Also, Dow's not dropping, same like SPY. Dow futures are up. Like Dow 30 is actually up a basis point. Russell's almost up. Like it's like now it's up. only Nasdaq and S&P are getting hit really hard today. I think people have gotten too comfortable with the market being really volatile this year and assume that everything that goes up has to come down, but they're not taking into account the fact that even at $220, Caterpillar is hugely undervalued, and that more than likely we'll continue to see investor interest for a little bit of time at least. You need a really hard downturn in the indices for cat's price to pull down. People don't trade cat. People buy cat and hold it for 20 years. Remember that. We trade cat, but we're weird. Not only do boomers love cat, so do their employees every single week. Cat like institutional version of GME? Uh, no. No. They're a far better company than GameStop. Do you think tech is still overvalued? Massively. Yeah, I mean, any time that you would go short cat, a short on the index is going to be better performing. I'm bullish on cat because new cars are still scarce. We're buying a bulldozer as a result, and imagine others will too. Okay, that seems like a valid reason. Looks like I'm gonna get assigned on more Upstart. Not upset, just meh. I mean, probably not until options expire. If tech is overvalued, why do you have Google buy orders at 85? I have some. I pulled back 3,000 shares from that buy order. It's called DCAing, Gavin King. I also bought Google at 96 and 7. If it drops to 70, I'll buy a bunch more of it. They're also a monopoly, not same like other tech. Military industrial complex good for a cat? Yes. I know what it's called, Lorca. But good job reading the books. What are your thoughts on Lilly as a company? Not bad. Not really an industry I like getting exposure to, but I'm sure they'll do fine. I mean, antidepressant prescriptions are definitely going to be on the rise. I think Burry's long Lilly, or he was. What are you talking about? I search on Bing every day. You're watching YouTube right now. Literally killing it. Lily killing it. Obesity. Oh. Oh, you work there? Nice. I need what drug is that? I'm gonna take all of it. Can I get skinny and not work out? Rumor on the street is you get margin called if you get assigned on Upstart. No, I won't. I'll be down 200 grand, but I won't get well, not down, but my account will be down 200 grand. Not all my CCs are at 20, so it's pretty unlikely I'll get assigned on all of them. Right? As long as it doesn't go below 1950 tomorrow. It's in phase 3. That doesn't answer my question. People seem to forget that you can just buy them back. I know. they're actually mostly profitable. There's not a lot of theta left on them, and they keep slipping out of the money. Yes to all of your questions. Oh, fantastic. It's funny when people try to grind on Girk for his plays and don't realize his net worth is 100 times theirs. Where's that fucking meme? I gotta find that now. I have a meme just for this. Phase 3, last phase before approval. Sounds like I'm buying some Lily. Lily, same like SST, Sean? Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you like that. I take it back. And you don't care about it, but MMTLP is an OTC stock on RegShow that was sub $2 rev prices for a while. So basically, RevRQ to 750 soon. We'll see. Phase 3 efficacy. It seems that the sinus pump they used today has a leak. Nice. Are big institutional shorts trying to bore us to death? No. They're just trading bonds. Aren't all OTC on Reg Show? No. They have 3 more omnibus hearings. They're trying to renegotiate their current debt, and they're shopping for offers for the company. Phase 1, safe in monkeys. 2, safe in humans. 3, does it do what it says it will? Alright. What does Reg Show on an OTC stock even do? Same thing it does on a regular stock. It is regulated more loosely, but Reg Show isn't. Lily up 330% over 5 years. Yeah, it's had very good performance. Are big institutions dumping money into RRP now that they increased the return rate to 3.8%? Same like free money overnight. Yeah. Yeah, they institutions are just pumping RRP full of cash. It's not beating inflation, but it helps stabilize it. So markets are going to get even more illiquid, right? Because they keep raising the on RRP. Hey Gurk, forget about the shorts with MMTLP. I'm not worried about any rug pull or anything under fair value of the oil dividend, which could be 14, according to some estimates. Yeah, I've seen those estimates. They seem a little bullishly skewed. I'm not buying it, so you don't have to worry about that. I have zero interest in purchasing any shares of that whatsoever. I'm not adding to the SPX position today, but I might average it down some more tomorrow. To all the poors who ask how to make money in the market, Google is sub $84. I mean, I bought some. At 10% weight, Archegos bullet basket swaps contain 267 million shares of GME, which, if re entered over the next 4 months, equates to $7.1 billion based on today's share price. Okay. Have you ever been so bored during the trading day that you've fallen asleep in front of your computer? I've fallen asleep in front of my computer while streaming. At 3% weight, it's 80 million shares and equates to 2.1 billion. What if it's 0% weight, full disclosure? Have you figured out the calculation for that yet? Wait, you're still buying SPX calls? I thought market crash on Monday. I didn't say that. I said it could crash on Monday. It might not. Also, tomorrow's not Monday. Is NASDAQ 3 and 5 minute chart a great example of decreasing volume into a trend change? That's what it looks like to me, and I want to learn, so some critique would be great, thank you. Yeah, it looks that way on the SPX too. And SPY, and a lot of other things today. Why would it crash on Monday? I don't know, why not? %97 of the swaps were unwound. So the current theory is GME is 3% weight of the basket swaps. Whose current theory? That's a stupid theory. Were the company telling its employees that they must sell or transfer company-held employee stock purchases indicate a possible buyout or merger on the horizon? Were the company telling its employees that they must sell or transfer company-held employee stock purchase? It could indicate that. It's a bit odd, but yeah, it could. Or mass layoffs. Am I telling us your fixie position? I'm considering March 65C, better OI than other strikes. I have some 65s. I also have 70 and 75. Got my bear call spread for bill earnings. Wish me luck. Nice. What do you think would be the most fun 0DTE plays tomorrow? Cat 25s? I feel like if indices bounce overnight and Cat would move up to 225, you probably wouldn't want 0DTEs because most of the move will happen overnight, right? Yeah, I'm waiting to close out the upside of my call position from yesterday still on my straddle. I closed the short side of my straddle from last night this morning, kind of near the resistance here. I haven't closed the call side yet, but maybe I'll just strangle tonight. Google 90C for 1218 too greedy. It's kind of risky until we get like a little better confirmation on the market. Upstart's not being delisted. Spy rip starting in 1 minute. Okay. Dash and Coin gonna die for earnings? I don't know, about a couple puts on Dash, just because I hate it. S&P is not a ticker. You mean S and P? SPX is index options for the S&P 500. So this price action mostly institutions repositioning, but we don't know which side they're positioning yet. It looks like they're positioning bullish again. But we'll see. Yeah, we don't in fact know. We won't know until OI is updated. He didn't say SPY though. He said SNP, like this. Like Snap, but it lost 25% of its market cap. Yahoo, oh god. Get off Yahoo Finance. Well, it's SNP. What's your VIX to securities hedge ratio? It's roughly 10% portfolio allocation or long side portfolio allocation. Obviously, I only hedge things I'm long on with VIX. No problem. S&P, same like salt and pepper? Yes. GSPC, which is just the index chart. SPX is the index options chart. That's still Yahoo Finance, but because neither of those are called that. I mean, I think I'm going to have to strangle tonight unless the market suddenly bursts up to 3760. When do you start planning pickles picks? Just wake up Saturday, feed JFresh, and get at it? I usually work on them through most of the week, or I'm, watching them for extended periods of time, waiting for entries. I have a watch list of like 200 different stocks, generally speaking. So, when I see entry opportunities on them, then, they become pickle picks. Generally speaking, when I pick them, I try to pick ones that are have very high certainty. Asked and answered. Thank you, sir. I only use it for glancing at prices throughout the day. Is there a better tracker for mobile? I'm driving a lot. I would use WeBull. Like, even if you just have to, like, throw $5 in an account to get the live data, it's worth it. I think you can open an account for free. But their base data is still better than Yahoo Finance. You can get it for free. Yeah, that's what I thought. Netflix reached your pullback price. You bought some? I have a few calls on Netflix. Not many. We'll see if logs are also repositioning on Netflix here as well as the SPX. Yeah, the WeBull phone app's pretty good. Let's start tracking Pickle Pick's success rate. Cool. Hard to do. Like, you can back test them, but where do you choose? Because they're managed. Because I tried to do this before, and it's like, if you pick like the bottom and the top, they all look really good, right? But that's not like how they're managed in the real world, right? I made money on M. Yeah, and then sometimes, you have to roll. There's conditions in the market change. It's actually hard to backtest like that. Are we waiting for a bear flag on the 5 minute to break up on the SPX? No, we're just seeing what it's gonna do. I don't think we're waiting for it to break up. I think it's just a lot of repositioning. I'm not really sure how much the technical trend matters at this point. It's not really a bear flag. It's gone on all day, right? When do you pull the trigger on Pickles Picks? I'm usually pretty patient with my entries. Sometimes first thing in the morning. Sometimes I wait. Just depends on what market conditions look like. They're only like, you have to have, if you're paper trading them or whatever you're doing with them, you do have to have some flexibility in your analysis of them because they are written before the market opens, right? And a lot can change even from, I try to write them as late as possible, but a lot can change even from the time I write them till the time the market opens the next day, right? So there's still some management required. You can't just YOLO into them and win every time. I think the market's already pricing in pretty hot employment numbers, Dundee. I really do. I think the employment reports have had very little effect so far. I mean, Powell's generally pretty clear on expected job numbers and most of the most of the Fed reports, right? And he was very clear on them yesterday. I don't know if TikTok's getting banned, but supposedly like the head of the FCC was discussing it. They've got all the Chinese spy stuff going on, so it's possible. Yeah. I mean, Biden's definitely, like, the Biden administration's definitely been pushing for uh almost an embargo of China, cutting them off from semiconductors, and then um This could be the next stage of that as they cut Chinese companies out of America. Reshoring is something that's probably gonna continue for the next like 5 to 10 years as we struggle for economic dominance. Russia's statement said they're not going to use nukes. Just happened to include a scenario where hypothetically nukes would be used in retaliation to a weapon of mass destruction. I mean, that's kind of just like saying if you nuke us, we'll nuke you, right? Which is already the understanding. From some pain to uncertainty for the average American in the span of 3 months. Well done, J-Pow. Yep. Does hot numbers mean VUPs? No. Reselling CCs on Monday if we rip? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't think we'll rip that hard, but if we do, I'll sell more. I haven't bought back all my CCs. I just bought back the in the money ones. All my out of the money, like the ones I sold at 30 and 35 and 40, I haven't touched. Starvation is transitory. That's why you go long wheat, dork. So you can afford bread. You can also go long wheat by just purchasing flour and freezing it now. Imagine inflation in if China hadn't been locked down for the last 3 years. Yeah, it'd probably be better. Don't forget that most of what drove the early inflation was supply shock. It still does to some degree. Do I sell Fubo CCs now? Probably a bad idea. Probably. I didn't say I was picking up a delta of 0.3, not IV. Michael, delta of 0.3. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. That kind of that range. Twitter ending work from anywhere policy. Twitter cutting the other 40% of their staff. I mean, all Elon's gonna do is ensure that another platform takes over, right? Pretty sure Einstein was around for the bombs. I'm starting my don't work anywhere policy. Maybe Elon just bought Twitter because he knows Tesla's going under. They're going underground in the boring holes? Ooh, maybe. Maybe Tesla engineers will have to start mining their own lithium to help with the depression. I was gonna say to stabilize their stock price, but that seemed like a low blow. Also, I don't think people would have gotten it. The good news is Adam Aaron is perfectly good mining company on deck. I heard they're great at not finding gold, so pivot. I heard they don't have any. It's hard to find gold when all you have to mine with is like a plastic bucket and a shovel. Ugh. When looking at Volmageddon during the period of price improvement before the crash, the VIX rose along with it. Was that already covering? Yes. Later, Chris. Yeah, no problem, McLaren Johnson. I'll see you later, man. Did I say rip? I meant dip. I figured as much. At least it finally broke down. Still could potentially stabilize in this range, though. Like, 37.26 to 30... What, like 37.20? If it stabilizes there, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna look at put interest for this Friday. So at this point, VIX calls are more reliable than UVXY. Yeah, because you don't know what's going to happen to UVXY. It could squeeze. It could also just blow up. Brent March, 200 calls traded more than 7K times on Thursday. BBG with the whole Russia retreating and talking about nuclear bombs. I say someone knows something and it's not good. probably. Why are these quitters leaving 10 minutes before market close? Oh, man. Oh, goody. You think MMAT's VUPs right now are covering or about to collapse? Could be covering. I don't know. I don't give a shit. It's fucking penny stock. Nobody's hedging the options. I've got to call mom. Thanks, boss fight. Thoughts on this Friday's SPXOI? I mean, I'm sure it's changed drastically throughout the course of today. Still seems kind of bullish. You know what's funny is we dropped yesterday, right? Well, we've been dropping and stagnating today. Let's put it that way. But like Jesus, you know what? I'll just show you guys. Yeah, I know. Look at our gamma exposure for today. It's like the market's retreating, right? But our skew adjusted gamma exposure is skyrocketing. Like hard. That's a lot of fucking gamma exposure on a down day. Now I really gotta call mom. They're boofing it? That's $9.5 billion per 1% move. That's a lot of fucking, that's a big boof hole. This is SPX. So if you wonder where the options interest is, it's up. It's to the upside. We're just not going there. Because if we do, the market's going to squeeze up and explode. God, that's fucking weird. That happened once before this year, too. It happened on, like, July 1st. You can see it there on the chart. Like, the market kind of moved down the previous day, but, you know, Gamma was, like, more flexible then than it is now. And before SPX is delisted. Entire market is degens. Now you're learning. This literally looks like what they do to GME before Opex. Yes. VIX hasn't moved on this drop. I know. Just a run of the mill 100 BPS drop. No big deal. I have no idea when it's gonna explode, man. That's bad though. See, $9.5 billion right there. VIX unmoved. What the fuck? So remember a long time ago I told you guys when you start seeing really, really weird shit in the data, like little ghosts in the machine, things popping up here and there that don't seem quite right, things are gonna get really bad. Serious question though, how's November OPEX looking after today's price action? Right on track, Gaff. Right on track. CCs don't have positive gamma. Bad in a good way? I mean, no. Unless you live in a country with like no running water and you harvest your own food. I've traded at least 2 crashes. This isn't the first build up into one I've seen. It's okay. I'm long wheat. Ding ding. Well, we've survived another day. Ring ring, Marge is calling. We'll see. It's got to be getting close. Yeah, Montgomery. Did I miss anything exciting in Power Hour? There was a nice 100 BPS drop into close. I don't know. OG rules. We'll see. What VIX calls do you buy for a hedge? I buy in the money, generally like 0.8, 0.7 delta. Margin calling, market explodes to the downside. If what we think is going to happen happens, first short positions in the market will be squeezed out. Then we would get, hold on. So first, like, short positions would get squeezed out, and then we would crash. The same thing happened here. I'll show you guys. So if you go back here to Feb 2018, this is Volmageddon. And this had to do with the exploding of over-leveraged VIX products. But basically, long positions started getting, or long volatility positions started getting squeezed out of the market. And then once they were out, mass sell-off, right? Risk tails collapse. So if you look at the VIX during this period, uh, was it? So yeah, if you look at VIX during this period, VIX starts moving up really hard. Right, and then this asymmetric risk, or these tails collapse, and VIX squeezed. This is about the point at which they tried to stop it, which was roughly beginning of January 2018. Then about exactly 30 days later, it crashed. It happened really, really fast. And asymmetric risk in the market right now is really wide, right? So if these tails collapse, and you can tell around November, they start losing control of their ability to maintain short volatility positions, right? But at the same time, because the market hasn't crashed, shorts are losing their ability to stay long volatility. It can happen really rapidly. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the market's definitely already behaving very, very strangely, right? Well, by mispricing risk in the market, you create asymmetry in the risk profile that everyone in the market is hedging against, right? And then the more you short volatility, the more asymmetry you create. Eventually, those asymmetric tails will destabilize, and when they do, they collapse. I think we're already starting to see destabilization in market-wide asymmetric risk. No, we could still have the short-term up part, right? Because the first thing that'll happen is when primes notice the risk, and you'll see this in all crashes, right? If you go back through here, I'll show you guys. If you go back through, historical crashes, you'll see these periods of surge, hard upward surge before an actual crash. Everyone likes to point out, the bear rallies and the crash. We're not really at that part yet. You'll see these hard upward surges into the crash, right? And that's because their economic forecasting is far better than ours, right? This is 08, right? We move up really hard. And 08, a lot of institutions didn't see coming, but some did, right? And they got the fuck out. And when primes de-risk the market, most margin is lent to the short side. So that means that they margin call shorts. And then shorts have to start buying, which drives prices up, which is perfect for the longs, right? Because then they can sell at the top. I mean, if there was ever an opportunity for MOASS to happen, an event like this would be where it would. I do suspect that GME doesn't have that many entrenched shorts, but it's got enough. Things could get squeezy. Jan 2021 was a similar effect, just in reverse, right? The market just kept rising against the shorts. But now, instead of the market rising against them, which it is a little bit, and they're way more leveraged now, the market is instead drying up around them, right? So instead of the market moving up and pressuring their positions, the liquidity is drying up around them, so they're unable to stabilize their positions. I explained this the other day with ETFs, and I do still think they're a contagion in all of this. ETF liquidity, you have to think of it like a reactor, right? And cash liquidity is the coolant. So if they stop cycling cash through ETFs, the ETFs melt down because most of them are so unbelievably over short. I mean, like the SPY is like 50% short. XRT's in the hundreds of percents, right? Like the massive short positions tied up, and they constantly need to be rotating around those T plus like 635 C plus 3 cycles, right? Clearing out those old obligations and replacing them with new ones. So yeah, I mean, no one knows what's going to happen in an event like this if it happens, because it's destabilizing, right? The orderly function of the markets goes out the window. But Opex is coming up, and we know big shit likes to happen around Opex. So we'll find out real soon. Anyway, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow and have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.